Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the regular Clearwater County Council meeting for October 27th, 2020. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. We'll call the meeting to order at 11:05. Looking for somebody to look at the agenda and adopt the agenda. Councillor Lang, those in favor? And that is carried. 4.1, under Planning and Development, we've got first reading of Bylaw 1097-20 for application number 0320 to amend the land use bylaw. If somebody'd like to go ahead and start.
Sure. Thank you, Reed Blair. Good morning, Council. My name is Dustin Bison. My name is Dustin Bison, and I'm a planner here at Clearwater County. David Enns currently holds title to the Southeast 736-7, containing 160 acres of the property located 10 miles southwest of the village of Caroline. The landowner has made application to redistrict 10 acres of the 160-acre parcel from Agriculture District to Recreational Facility District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will continue the process which includes the rezoning of the remainder of the quarter section prior to applying for development approval to legalize the current operation. The current operation is made up of a 25-site unserviced campground. Campers have their sewage picked up by vac truck on an as-needed basis. Campsites would be rented out on a yearly basis. Besides the applicant and his partner, the campground currently employs one person who does not reside on site. The subject property contains a residence and a shop located in the north central portion of the quarter. There's approximately 25 campsites located on a portion of the quarter section. The property is located on the south side of the Clearwater River, surrounded to the east and west by privately owned land, and the land directly to the south is Crown grazing lease, provincial grazing lease. Current access into the property is provided by a 5.5-mile oil lease road from Township Road 36-0. This property does not have legal public access to a county-maintained road at this time. In November of 2019, Clearwater County received a complaint regarding the illegal operation of a campground. On November 25th, staff sent a letter to the landowner regarding the complaint to schedule a site inspection. Staff members Eleanor Pengelly and Jose Reyes conducted a site inspection on the property on December 16, 2019. On December 31st, 2019, staff issued a letter to the landowner regarding the unauthorized development taking place on the property and how the property could be brought back into compliance with the county's land use bylaw. On February 6, 2020, Clearwater County issued the first warning letter to the landowner regarding the unauthorized development and the actions that could be taken. On May 8th, Clearwater County issued a stop order, and the landowners then appealed that stop order, and the matter was heard by the Subdivision Development Appeal Board on June 18, 2020. The SDAB upheld Clearwater County's stop order, but gave the landowner until July 31st to apply for a land use amendment. If the land use amendment is unsuccessful, the landowner has until October 30th to bring the property into compliance with the county's land use bylaw. This means the removal of the campground. Additional information can be found included in the agenda package. Council may let the applicant speak further to the information provided in the application and the plans for development. Planning direction, MDP policy 9.2.10, through the subdivision development approval process, Clearwater County shall B, require the constructions of road and access to county standards, and where the development is private, the cost is to be the responsibility of the developer. And F, may require the upgrading of county roads that provide access to the site being developed. MDP policy 9.2.15, the county shall require the developer to meet all provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. 11.2.21, when it comes to the redesignation or development of a major development, the county may require the applicant to prepare for the consideration of approval by the county an area structure plan or an outline plan. 11.2.22, the county may require an area structure plan or an outline plan to address any of the following: site suitability, design and density, impacts on the natural capital environment, provision of roads and utilities, traffic impacts, protective and emergency services, fire smart provisions, measures to mitigate the effects. Policy 12.2.3 to provide information relevant to the proposed redesignation or development of land. The county may require the applicant to prepare and submit by a qualified professional engineer any of the following. And just to name a couple: of geotechnical, traffic impact assessment, water supply study. Policy 12.2.4, Clearwater County will consider, where applicable, the following when evaluating an application to redesignate or develop the land. E, the site suitability and capacity. F, road requirements and traffic impacts, including access and egress considerations, including subdivision and development regulations related to the land in the vicinity of a highway. The availability of protective and emergency services, fire smart provisions, and any county responsibilities that may result from the subdivision or development. The county's land use bylaw, I've included the purpose of the recreational facility district, a definition of campground, and section 3.5 part 10, without restricting the generality of subsection 8 and 9 in the approval of a development application for discretionary use, the development authority may, in addition to the provision of 3.8, apply conditions including but not limited to, and the one we want to focus on here is H, the location and amount of access from public roadways, and ensuring that there is at least one means of physical access from each lot to a public roadway. Limiting the number of patrons is number M. Wildfire security is N. The land use bylaw 12.2.2, amending the bylaw, council may, after due consideration of the application for amendment, refuse the application, pass first reading of the bylaw to amend this bylaw with or without amendments. C, defeat first reading of a bylaw to amend this bylaw. Or D, refer the application to the development officer or any other persons for further information. And when the information is received, proceed with one of the actions outlined in A through C. When considering whether to grant first reading of Bylaw 1097, staff recommends that council consider the previously mentioned policy and either refuse the application or defeat first reading of the bylaw. Our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1097-20. Thank you, Reeve, Laird, and council.
Thank you. Perhaps what we could do at the moment is take a moment to introduce ourselves. I'm going to start with Division 1.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1, that's southwest of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and that's East Central straddling Highway 11.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Councillor Division 4, that's north and west of Caroline, out through the Racinas area.
Good morning. Councillor Division 2 and Reeve. That's the area that straddles Highway 598 to the east.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5, and I represent basically around Rocky Mountain House through to the West Country.
Tim Hoven, Division 6.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7, everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Keith McRae, Director of Planning and Development with Clearwater County.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
And Dustin, Business Planner.
All right. So have we got anything that you would like to add to what we've seen so far, Mr. Enns?
I've got quite, I guess I'm going to start right from the start of when I bought the property and move forward from there. So I bought this piece of property in Clearwater County in 2013. It has decent year-round road access through lease roads, but most of which are built to county standards. Shortly after buying the property, I dropped into Clearwater County office to ask about a subdivision, as my property is a full undivided quarter section. I was informed that because my roads are not up to county standards, I would not be eligible for a subdivision or development of any kind. Yet there is a subdivided acreage across the road from me now. When I applied for a building permit, it was granted, along with the increase in taxes. I asked at that time again about the possibility of developing a campground and was told I likely wouldn't get approval. I told them that I already had friends and family camping on my property. Nobody seemed too concerned at that time. At that time, I worked in the oil industry. I invested all of my money into this land and building a house. At this time, the oil industry came to a complete standstill. I had a few of my friends already parking holiday trailers on my property, so it wasn't a big step for me to rent out yearly sites to help out my finances some. Shortly after this, I became concerned that because the county knew about my campground, they would try and shut me down and I would be without any income again. I phoned Clearwater County Development Officer Keith McRae and once again asked about developing a campground. I told him I had several friends and campers staying on my property. He said I stood very little chance of getting a development permit. I outright asked him what Clearwater County would do about my existing campers. I was told that they did not have a particular enforcement or investigative officer for this type of thing, and being as I am rather remote, if I kept a low profile and nobody made a complaint, nothing would be done. Around September 2016, I received a phone call and an email from a county tax assessor saying that she had heard I had a campground on my property and was going to increase my property taxes to include this. At that time, my property taxes went from $1,600 a year to $4,200 a year. I didn't complain, I just paid the taxes. At that time, I also sent an email back to the tax assessor who reassessed my taxes and basically asked if I'm being paid taxes on this property, can I not now charge for a campsite? I did not ever receive an answer back, and of course I assumed that was, as long as we don't know, carry on. So I did. I have been paying property tax on this campground ever since. When the tax assessor came out in the spring of 2019, I asked him about my campground and if that was a concern. His response was, everybody in this area has a campground. He assessed my taxes and just kept charging me for my campground. Near the end of 2019, I received a letter from Eleanor Pengelly from the planning department saying they had received a complaint and that I had a campground on my property. I responded with that, you know I have a campground. I've never kept it a secret. I've been upfront about that with county right from the start. They came out, they took some pictures, said they would get back to me with options. The next thing I got was a complaint letter telling me that it was against bylaws and had everything cleared out by April 7th. I phoned the county and I asked them about any available options to make this meet county bylaws. I was told without rezoning to recreational property, it couldn't happen. I asked about rezoning and the planning department told me they would recommend to council, against it, but if I wanted to waste my money trying, that was up to me. I went to a lawyer in Calgary who specializes in municipal law and asked about options. She wrote up a letter of options for me to present to council. I have that letter here with me. Obviously, one of the main options is to rezone to recreational facility with some subjects in there about road access. As I understand it, the biggest concern is that the road is accessed by property is not a county road as defined in the bylaws. This road has been here for 40 years. The county does promote the use of this road to random campers through the Welcome to Our Backyard program, and also through the Clearwater Trails Initiative has a actual map of the roads and shows camping areas bordering right on my property. The roads are good enough to promote camping all through this area, but when I want a development permit, they are not good enough. I believe that these bylaws are very prejudicial to landowners such as myself that live in these areas. We pay our taxes, and all we're asking is for the same benefits that the rest of the county gets. So I've also done some more research, and I've done lots of it on these road systems, and I'm going to go back to this. This is from the development officer's report for my appeal that I had. Basically what this says is, the background is that, and these seem to be the major concerns with what I want to develop. It says that there are several residences in this area that are accessed by lease roads. As they were built many years ago, the county has considered them grandfathered uses. These properties were here before the county. So it's the other way around. I mean, the roads were built into these properties later, and why weren't they actually part of the county road system? This accesses 6 different properties, and I believe 5 residences in these areas. The next thing is that they said that these grandfathered uses were allowed because of the age of the residences. My residences is brand new, and I received a permit to build a house, no questions asked. There was nothing said at that time about road access. It was just I had a development permit issued for my house. It also says in here that non-residential activities, however, have not been permitted by the county due to the safety issues associated with the lack of public access. So I have tried several times through emails and talking to different members of the Planning Commission and stuff to get what are the actual issues you're concerned about with this road. I really haven't got an answer back that defines the safety issues and such. I've got some general ideas, but basically, the biggest concern that I've managed to get in the general ideas is the fact that it says here that the SDAB, and this is for the appeal, should note that the lease road is maintained based on operational requirements and activity levels. Therefore, there may be times during the year when the road is impassable other than to oil field truck traffic. Okay, so that statement is completely false. There's no truth to it whatsoever. I mean, we have a car. We drive in and out anytime we want. If it snows heavy in my area, while the rest of you guys are waiting for a snow plow, I fire my Bobcat up and plow the road. It's done. There is no maintenance issues with this road. I've been living there for 8 years. There has been no time whatsoever that we could not get in and out with that car. It also says, in addition, this road is considered temporary, and once operations cease or associated assets are deemed non-economical to operate, industry will remove the road through a reclamation process. So this caused me a lot of stress, this statement, because my understanding was that my road would disappear and I would not have access to a property that I built with a building permit. I have had meetings with Jason Nixon over this, and he tells me his answer was unequivocally no, they cannot remove the access to your private residence. So I've been waiting or trying to get a clarification from him. Their department moves extremely slow. His basic saying is the road cannot be removed. This road accesses not just my properties, but on this exact road, there is 5 other deeded pieces of land and another residence. The other residence is part-time, but it's still a residence. The other side of this is like, I mean, there's been residences on these properties since 1927. These things were here, these houses were here long before Clearwater County was here. And again, why are we not allowed a road access like the rest of the county gets? So now if I could get that map brought up, there it is. That shows the actual access to my property. So originally I've been told all along that that road to my property was owned by Bonavista. It is not. It's a county road. It's on the county road allowance. It's a surveyed road allowance. It's built as a county road. It's not owned by anybody else. So now again, is that not public access? I tried at one time when I first bought this property, still understanding it was a Bonavista lease road. I talked to Bonavista and I said, can I get you guys to put a set of gates on there to try and slow the quad traffic down and the camper traffic down on the weekends? Because at first my place got inundated by random campers camping right on my property because they didn't understand it was not Crown land. So Bonavista came and they put a set of gates across the road. The next thing I got was a phone call from Clearwater County, and I don't actually even know who I was talking to. Very, very upset person that I had put a set of gates across this road. They were right at my property line, and they were a locked set of gates. So there's a couple other residences in the area. Everybody had the combination. They knew how to open the gate. It wasn't like I was trying to lock people out of their private property. But Clearwater County said, that's a public road. You cannot lock that gate. So again, is it a public road or is it not a public road? Everything I've learned in this last couple of days here from Jason Nixon's office tells me that that's a public road. It comes underneath the Municipal Government Act, Section 18, that says the roads are all owned by the provincial government, but they are under the care and control of the county. So right now, my road is under care and control of the county. Whether they choose to fix it or not, I guess, is something I can't control. My road is in no better shape or no worse shape than about 25 to 30% of other county roads that I have been all over this county taking pictures of, measuring with a tape measure, and going on from there. That's my road. That's the shape it's in. I plow that myself. I maintain it myself. If it needs maintenance, it gets it. The road is not falling apart. This spring it was rough, really bad. So was every other road in the county. I mean, it wasn't the only road. Right now the road looks like that again. If we go through all these pictures, county, that's again, access to my road. That road is a full 7 meters wide, which meets county standards. This section of the road is the part of the actual road allowance on this map, again, that falls under the county care and control. That is probably the narrowest part of my road into the entire property. You can easily pass 2 vehicles there. It's not 7 meters wide like the rest of the road system is, but it's definitely wide enough for 2 vehicles to easily pass each other. Same road, just a little further down. If we just keep carrying on. That road right there is a county road. That is County Road 34-4. That is an actual county road. It falls underneath county road maintenance system. The county looks after it, they plow it. It's in the middle of nowhere, it goes nowhere. It's a lease road. So why was that grandfathered in? That particular picture right there is Rainship Road 41-4. That is also a county road. It is nowhere near county standards. So that is Township Road 360, county road. My road's in better shape than that one at that time. That is township, or Range Road 34-4 again. That is a county road. It's not built to county standards at all. It was grandfathered into the the county road system at the time the county was developed in 1985, I believe. So why am I being held to a higher standard than the rest of the county when it comes to building these roads? This is completely prejudicial as far as I'm concerned. The county road system, there's lots of roads in this county, the Prairie Creek Road, or the South Fork Prairie Creek Road, it's not built to county standards at all. It's not even on a road allowance, and yet it's a county road cared and controlled by the county. At the end of that road is a bunch of lease roads that go to a development of rental cabins that, I mean, that's no different than what I'm asking for. The road that goes to Swan Lake is also a county road, not even close to being built to county standards. So again, I ask, why is this particular road not grandfathered into the county road system? Why am I not allowed the same development that all of the rest of the county gets? I mean, I've been paying taxes on my land. I've been paying taxes on a campground. I had a conversation actually with Jim Duncan, and Jim said at the time that the taxes, issued a tax assessment on my property. He said a stop order should have been issued then. And that might be right. Maybe it should have been, but it wasn't. And at that time, I kept going and I kept spending more of my money trying to get an investment that I could live on. I have that investment now. I can live on this property. I don't have to work off the place, which is good because right now there's no absolute work at all. I'm an oil field worker, have been my whole life, and it's dead. So if I can't carry on with my campground, I'm basically going to have to be forced to sell my property or lose my property. I don't have a way to make my payments and I won't have a way to survive. So I guess all I'm asking for is a set aside of this, this bylaw that says that I have to have a county road access. In my mind, and according to this map that we all looked at, I do have a county road.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Duncan.
A couple questions, I think probably more for staff, just for clarification. A campground under the recreation district, is that a discretionary use or a shall approve for?
That is a discretionary use, Councillor Duncan.
Okay. Also, on deeded land, I believe a house is a shall approve for development permits, whether or not there is an access road, because it is a shall approve on that?
That is correct. That's, it's listed as a permitted use. So the development permit in this case, development permit 57-14, issued in 2014, there is an additional note on it that indicates that there is no public access to that property. It is by way of lease road. It was listed as a note. That is the way that we had been doing those back at that point. Most recently, we have been getting landowners for permitted uses to enter into development agreements on those properties, acknowledging that it's not a public road access.
Okay. If I could continue
Go
a
ahead.
couple comments. It is my understanding that these lease roads, in a lot of cases, as Jason Nixon has indicated, are administered, that they are public roads. I believe that the standard, and I may have to find staff or somebody to clarify, but once those roads are being used by the public, they can't be closed. Any time they're developing new roads, they typically, or they can request a gate put on those roads, and those roads can be gated by the oil company. So I think that's my understanding would be the way why that gate was asked to be removed, is that public had access to that road in that area for a number of years, and it was therefore by Department of Environment considered, or the provincial government through the MGA was considered a public access and couldn't be gated off.
Yeah, it was through the Clearwater County that I received the call that said it was public access.
And speaks to that. And we also have lease roads on road allowances that we we give oil companies permission to develop to a lesser standard, but we are not assuming those are public access roads. Those are, and I would look for clarification from staff on that one as well. That those are not a public access road, but it's developed for the oil company, but we've just asked that they put them on the road allowance as opposed to going beside the road allowance somewhere.
In conversations I've had with Bonavista, this is not their road.
Okay.
They've never owned the road. They don't pay rent on the road. It's not their road. It
So-
accesses their leases, but it's not their road. It's a road allowance built on a county road allowance.
Do they
So
not
whose
have an
road is it?
LOC on that road?
There's no LOC on it.
Well, our map shows that there is an LOC. I would ask for clarification if I could.
I've got a map that has all the LOCs done up by Jason Nixon's office through Alberta Environment and Parks, and it's not an LOC road.
Go.
That's the map.
Well, there is a Bonavista LLC there on part of that road.
Sure.
It's about that long of a part of the road.
Tracy.
It's in green.
Okay.
It's for the piece of the road that's off the road allowance.
The agenda item.
That's the only part that's under Bonavista LOC.
And the TACA one is TACA's
That's TACA's, yes.
road allowance, or road, sorry.
So Tracy is just going to page 20 of the agenda item here. That does indicate county roads in this area. Oh. Yeah, that one there, Tracy. So as you can see, not sure if that's going to work all the way up there or not. It's not picking it up. I'll use this one here. So you can see this, it's county road, county maintained road to this area right here, which is, there's a gas plant in that area. Everything that's that purple color, that is the road that Mr. Enns currently uses for access to his property. That is considered oil industry lease road. And the area from south of his property, that does run along county road allowance. However, in the opinion of the county, it is not up to a county standard, and we do not maintain it.
Okay.
So my question that I've been asked to ask you guys, and this is from Jason Nixon, he says, well, why aren't you maintaining my road? It's a county road. It's on a county road allowance. It's not an oil field road. So why am I not getting maintenance on my road?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Enns. Councillor Lang.
So I have a couple questions, Mr. Enns. I'm just wondering where the gates from Bonavista were put up and why they would put them up if it's not their road.
Because I asked them to. I had a conversation with them when I first bought the property, and like I said, I was inundated with random campers, quatters and stuff coming right onto my property. At that time, I had no fences up along my property line, so basically I would come out of my property and look down my driveway, and there'd be campers parked right on my property. So I phoned Bonavista, and I said, could you please put a set of gates up at the property line? So they put a set of gates up right on the road allowance at the property line, basically on the corner of where the red square is. Yes, which is the property line. So they put the gates up there, and it didn't take long, and of course I received a phone call from Clearwater County saying the gates had to go. So, you know, and I have tried an application through Clearwater County to keep the gates, and they actually did agree at the time that if all landowners would agree, the gates might be able to stay. It didn't turn out that way. The other landowners didn't want them there, so the gates were taken down. So Bonavista came in and took the gates down.
Okay, so I have two more questions, one for you and one for staff. Who built the road? I might have missed this.
No idea.
Okay, well, I will throw that question out to staff. And I have another question for staff. I realize this road is perhaps not built to county standards, but it does appear by the photos shown that we have county roads that are maybe not built quite as well as this road. So I think the biggest concern is whether emergency vehicles can get down this road. So has staff been down this road, and do you feel there's room for like an ambulance or a fire truck to access the site?
Hello, Keith McRae, Director of Planning and Development. I'll maybe field this question for Dustin. I'm positive he could answer it as well, but your first question, Councillor Lang, was in regard to who built the road. That I don't have a definitive answer for. I would guess that originally it was either built by an oil and gas company to access their facilities in the area, or it could have been through the original property owner way back when. The same property owner owned a number of those deeded quarters south of the Clearwater, but I don't have a definitive answer. In regard to your second question, I think it's important to note that, you know, a portion of the access to Mr. Enz's property, the portion that he has identified on the map, is in fact an oil lease road that does sit on county road allowance, and therefore it is considered a county road. If that was the access situation all the way out to Township Road 390, it would be a matter of the county asking the developer in this case to bring that county road up to municipal standards. It's not that simple, because as Mr. Enns pointed out on that map, the northerly portion of his access is indeed on an undeveloped road allowance. However, there is about a 2.5 mile stretch that cuts through Crown property in order to get over to 390, which is the closest legal public road. And that is not a county road. That is a license of occupation issued by the province to an oil and gas company to use for their own use. Now, is it used by campers? Yes, it certainly is. But it's considered a private road, it's not a public road. And we could not ask Mr. Enns to upgrade that road unless he was successful talking to the Crown and having that registered as road plan at such time that it would then be county road. But you still have the policies in place that are saying that uses such as campgrounds, which are discretionary uses, require direct public access. The closest public access right now is on 390, which is about 5 miles away from this particular property. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Lang.
Okay.
I can add one little thing about the road. I know for a fact this road has been here for more than 40 years. That much I know. I've talked to local people and stuff, and I know it was built over 40 years ago.
I haven't forgot you, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, but did we have a comment that from Mr. Emmons at all?
Yes, thank you, Reeve Laird. Actually, just validating Mr. Enz's statement. As an individual that worked for ID10 and then came over to the MD of Clearwater in 1985, I can attest that Clearwater County never constructed this road, which would validate the over 40-year statement.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, thank you. Just a clarification, Mr. Enns. I heard you say that you maintain a portion of this road.
Yes.
The question I have, I think it's also been partially answered by staff, is that there's road before the section that you maintain that is LOC'd by an oil company. I presume that the oil company maintains that portion. Do they also maintain a portion past the area that you maintain? So are you in the middle of this, or are you at the very end, and are you the only one that maintains that road that you use?
Yes. I'm on a dead-end road.
Yes.
There's no properties past myself. So basically where I maintain is for sure to the if we could go back to my map that I brought. So basically, if you look at that map and you see where the yellow and the red meet, so see where the yellow and the red meet on that map? That is where I usually maintain too, especially in the winter. Right there, you bet. On a regular basis, I will plow to the top of the hill to where the Bonavista Vista LOC is. I plow that on a regular basis. Nope.
Just to the...
How far? Where the green is on the LOC, it says Bonavista Vista. Higher up, right, where that dot is. Right there. So that is basically what I kind of consider like my road. It goes to my house. I plow that and maintain that 100%. I do the gravel on it, I do the grading of it, I do the plowing of it, I look after it all the time. The rest of that road up to where the yellow and the red meet, I plow that regularly in the winter. Right to there. So I maintain all of that in the winter. Like I plow that, I take my Bobcat, it takes me about 2 hours, high gear, I run out there, I plow the road. I keep it open. If I know people are coming for sure and I know there's snow, it gets plowed. The road is completely 100% passable anytime. Like I said, we use a car. Like we have a Hyundai that we drive in and up and down that road with. It's never closed. It's not the smoothest road in the world, I'll give it that. But it's a totally passable, usable road.
And supplementary then, there's no activity, there's no oil industry activity past this.
100%. It goes all the way out to Rigg Street, past that point. Yeah, it's a developed industry road. It sees a pile of traffic. Like that road, when we've sat and counted vehicles on that road during the summer, and it's not uncommon to see 20 to 30 vehicles using that road in an hour. Yes.
TACA has an LLC on this.
Yes, they do. That's theirs. They don't look after it very good.
Do they use it at all?
They have some wells in there that they check. But as far as use, they don't. Actually, I shouldn't say they don't, because this year, after I had a meeting with Jason Nixon, surprise, surprise, TACA came out and gravelled and repaired that whole road. It was fixed.
Okay.
So any, you know, at that time, the road was definitely lacking in maintenance. If TACA wouldn't have bought the gravel, I guess I was going to. I mean, it's important to me. That's how I get home. So I always keep that road in top shape.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hoven.
I'd just like to thank David for coming in and giving us this presentation. A question for administration. How many homes did you say was on that road, David?
On my particular road to my house, there's 2 homes.
2?
On my neighbor's place, and he's basically the exact same boat I'm in. He has 3 residences there.
Okay.
There's another 3 deeded properties besides myself and my neighbor in this area that are all accessed by these roads.
Does administration happen to know how many other residences in the county, not just Mr. Enns, but I'm looking at the bigger issue, how many other residences are we going to be having an issue with in the future if an oil company were ever to say we don't want to use this road? Do we have any idea? 100?
I have no idea on number, Councillor Hoven. You know, there are some out there. Where development permits are issued, we do point out if they are on a road that is not maintained by the county, we point that out and mention that any upgrades to those roads would be at their expense, not at the county's. As far as an exact number, I don't have any idea. I would be afraid to even ballpark it, but are there some out there? Yes, there are. It's important to understand that, you know, right now, a first and a second residence on an agricultural parcel over 80 acres are considered permitted uses. It was, I believe, in the late 90s or early 2000s, prior to that, a first residence on an ag parcel didn't even need a permit from us. It was what was considered deemed approved farm residence. But any situations now where there is a permit request for a first or second residence in this situation, they are notified that it is not a county-maintained road. The county will not be upgrading it. And that's really the practice that's been in place for the last 40 years.
Right, go ahead.
So do we know when the title was created for this quarter section? And when it was sold originally? Like at least 40 years
More.
before the road.
It's at least that old.
It was settled in 1927.
Okay. And my concern is here we are facing tough economic times, with an entrepreneurial family trying to do something. And it looks like we've got a gap in between what the province has done in the past and what the current legislation is with the MGA. And then we're being asked to, I don't know what we're being asked to do by the province. I think that is something that we need to take up with Minister Allard for clarification on this, because it's not just going to be one resident with this issue. It is going to be a growing issue every year as we go forward. And we can either try to fix it now or, well, I'm in favor of working with Edmonton, going up to Minister Allard, talking with her and trying to get some clarification on what the province wants to do with the problem that they created.
Mr. Emmons, I noticed you had your light on at one point there.
Just going back, Laird, the last number I had from our assessment department was 217.
That's a significant number of homes.
There's a number
Families.
of deeded properties that are accessed by LOCs, and over time, some of them became FRDs, so they're county roads. Mr. Enns pointed out Swan Lake, that's an FRD. It follows no road allowance, but it is a surveyed road system, so it's recognized through our system now. And it's the difference between an FRD and an LOC.
What does FRD mean again?
Forced road development, sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Lang.
I just have a comment. It's further to what Councillor Hoven had said. There's a similar situation in my area where the access to a campground that's been there for many, many years, it's on an LOC road. And this fella is maintaining it himself as well. And yeah, the oil field company is not doing much in these days to maintain it, but the difference is no one has complained. It hasn't come to the attention, but yes, I think there's a lot of these situations out there, and I think this is something that has to be dealt with in some way.
Could I address that as well? This complaint system, you know, basically, I mean, when I first started this, they would have went unequivocally, no, you cannot do this. Okay, well, I would have went, okay, I won't do it. But it kind of didn't work that way. It was kind of like, yeah, well, you can as long as nobody complains. So, fine. So I go ahead and spend umpteen thousands of dollars on developing this, and then I get one complaint from one person, and all of a sudden, I'm about to lose this all if I can't get this approved. I don't think that's a very good system to have in a community. It creates a lot of hard feelings. There's obviously some people that have selfish reasons for what they do. The others, and if I could also kind of expand on this a little bit, the county and all over their website talks about, in their planning department and stuff, talks about the need to develop private campgrounds. There's a lot of talk about it. Where are we going to put them? That's the big thing. Okay, so there was another development that was attempted. It was completely denied. And I get it. I mean, who wants a campground in your residential areas? Nobody. I don't have a residence. I don't have neighbors. There's nobody lives where I live. It's a perfect place for a campground. It brings people off of the Crown land. It puts them on private residence land where everything's controlled. There's no dumping of sewage all over. There is no uncontained fires. I'm absolutely a Hitler when it comes to looking after my place. So everybody that's there knows, you know, not to leave their fire going. They know not to leave garbage around. They don't leave stuff for the bears. I mean, it's a perfect place for a campground. Everybody talks about safety, and I guess one other option I have is if you're that worried about safety of people and stuff, for $150 a year, I can put a STARS site up on a clearing on my property, and I could have a STARS ambulance on call that fast. That's an easy way to deal with that part. As far as road access for fire trucks and ambulances, like I said, we drive in and out with a car. There's no reason why fire trucks and ambulances cannot get in and out. You guys have approved you've approved campgrounds on provincial highways. To me, that's a bigger danger. I mean, you got kids, dogs, and quads crossing provincial highways. That's more dangerous than anything I can think of. In my opinion, if you guys want to develop campgrounds, this is a perfect opportunity. I mean, let's get this developed. I mean, I'm paying the taxes now. I bring people to the county. These people that come to this county, they already have jobs. They're not here looking for work. They already have jobs. They bring money, they spend it here. Especially on these guys that are these full-term, I only lease by the year. I don't have weekend people coming and going. So these people become kind of members of our community on the weekends and the weeks when they stay. They go to town, they spend money at the stores, you know, they buy chainsaws, they go see physiotherapists, they do all of this stuff in our county. It's good growth for the county. You know, at this point, I mean, it's not huge, I get it. There's only 25 rented spots, but I mean, it's something.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Sorry for
Ross.
rambling on.
Well, no, I appreciate that your passion.
I'm
And
very passionate about this, yes.
So what I'm looking to is our council is where you'd like to, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lougheed, you've got a question.
Just one quick question for staff. Kind of sparked a thought. With the forced road designation, is there any allowance in that for a relaxation of standard? And that's something I would like clarified, because we have a number of forced roads, and there must be a policy related to that as well.
So the easy answer, Councillor Lougheed, is of course. When you get into standards, that is council's policies. So it's council's purview. To deal with the substandard, if I may, it really should be Public Works speaking to this, but I have no problem doing it. We took over an existing road network. Many of the roads, and Mr. Enns is exactly right, do not meet standards. But they are recognized roads and they are on programs to get brought up to standards. We will never rebuild a road that does not meet council standards. We have cost sharing programs in place and policies in place through Public Works for individuals that have properties that are purchased that don't have municipal road allowance, road access. We've seen that over the years numerous times where it wasn't even a problem for an individual. They went in purchasing that deeded land, recognizing and acknowledging there was no municipal access, but sold it to the next family who had kids, and then all of a sudden the school bus doesn't access it, and that's an issue. So council does have policies in play for cost sharing, and there is other alternatives, and one of those alternatives is a substandard, and old terminology was machinery access. Now I believe it's an isolated residential access.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Hoven.
I would like to make a motion that this council set up an appointment with Municipal Affairs to further investigate this, so we can get a solution not just for Mr. Enns, but for the other 217 residents in the county that at one point in the future will be dealing with this.
Would that include a letter outlining the concerns?
Sure, but a personal meeting, whatever. I just think we need to advocate for all of our residents on this issue.
All right. Were you able to capture that? Okay. We have a motion on the table for an appointment with Minister Nixon to advocate on...
It was Minister Allard.
Oh,
For
Allard, sorry.
municipal affairs, because this is municipal affairs in the MGA, correct?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Any other questions on that? Seeing none, those in favor? 7-0, carried. So we still have, oh, go ahead.
As we will now be getting, requesting more information and clarity from municipal affairs, I'm wondering if we should just table this until we have that information from municipal affairs.
Perhaps I should ask, point of order, is that an acceptable way forward from staff? Thank you. So is that your motion to
That is my
table it?
motion.
Okay. Any questions?
I have one. There's an issued stop order that says I have to cease and desist by October 30th.
All right, perhaps staff can give us some guidance here.
In response to that, Reeve Laird, we would certainly honor the process that's been undertaken, and we would not enforce that stop order until such time that a decision has been made on this land use amendment.
All right, thank you. Did you have more questions?
I think my motion was clear.
All right, so we have a motion to table this decision until we get some further information. Those in favor? 7-0, that is carried. Mr. Enns,
One more thing,
okay,
if I could. I made up a petition. Basically, my petition, okay, so petition for a change of bylaws or an exemption to the existing bylaws to allow a continuation of my existing campground of 7 years that is paying property tax to Clearwater County. County will not give me a permit because I don't live on a county road. I said I own a full quarter west of Caroline in the middle of the Crown land, southeast 736-7 west of the 5th. I have access through a lease road system that has been placed for over 40 years. I am gathering local support for my cause as I feel Clearwater County is not dealing with me in a fair or equal manner to other taxpayers in the county. By adding your signature, do you agree that all taxpayers deserve equal treatment as far as development permits go in this county and support me in asking for an approval to my campground? So I've managed to gather 60 signatures. It's not a large number, but here's the biggest thing I found. Okay, so I asked people to sign this. 2 people said absolutely not, we don't agree with it, we're not signing it. Everybody else, except a few people that didn't sign it, said we would sign it, but we are in fear of repercussions from Clearwater County. And again, it goes back to I got a campground in my place, but I'm not saying nothing because somebody might turn me in. Again, we're back to, is that the way we're gonna operate? The rest of these people signed it willingly. Every one of these is a member of Clearwater County. And I mean, we didn't go really door to door to see as many people as we could to sign this, but basically anybody we met up with, it's like, you know, you're a Clearwater County member, would you sign this? Everybody wants to know why you wouldn't have a campground on my place. The people have been out there, it's like, why wouldn't you have a campground here? It's a perfect location. So I gather then that we are tabling this until we get more information. Is that correct?
that is the motion, and that is what's being put forward. So we are going to have staff further investigate it, and we will let you know where we go forward from that point.
Awesome.
Again, thank you, Mr. Enns, for your very informative presentation.
I'm trying.
All right.
It's been a struggle.
All right, well, thank you again, and we appreciate that you've made the effort to come in today.
Thanks for your time.
Okay,
Have a good day.
thank you, you too. It is 5 after 12. Do we have, we've got a spring summer tourism update. Is that something that we've got a presentation person, or is that something that can wait till after a lunch break?
I do have 2 presenters with me at
Oh.
the time.
And about how long?
It would probably take about 20 minutes.
All right, which is, okay, how about we take a 5-minute break while we sanitize for COVID? Again, thank you, staff. All right, welcome back. We're moving on to agenda item 4.2, a 2020 spring and summer tourism update. I guess we'll turn it over to Mr. Pratt for this particular agenda item. Thank you.
Council, as you've noticed, I do have a couple of presenters with me who present a little bit later. JP Fortin with Pursuit Adventures and Johan Fedema with Riverview Campground. I thought I would just do an update for council about tourism. It's one of our few industry sectors that actually had a very interesting and good year for a good segment of it. But it was uneven across the board, and I just wanted to give a quick summary of what this year looked like. Just want to start off with the brand, David Thompson Country. In 2015, council directed myself to work with the town and village and others to create a regional tourism strategy. And so the administration for the three municipalities here, Village of Caroline, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and Clearwater County worked together with the Chambers of Commerce for Nordegg, Caroline, and Rocky to create a regional tourism strategy. And all three councils approved that strategy in the third quarter of 2016. The very first objective in that strategy was to create a brand, the name and the brand, and we actually reached into history with David Thompson Country. David Thompson Country was actually a tourism brand that was used back in the mid and late 80s in the area, and we rebirthed it, I guess. And all three councils accepted the brand in 2017. So we've been operating on that regional tourism strategy since then. For this year, the 2020 season, it was a very unusual year. Things were looking excellent in January and February, but then as rumors of COVID started to rise and we started to see cases in Canada, bookings were starting to cancel, which is unfortunate because it was looking to be a banner year. And then in the middle of March, everything was shut down. Just dead. All international, not only international tourism stopped, but provincial as well. Businesses were shut down as they were considered non-essential. So most of our tourism operators had zero income in March, April, and going into May. And it was not looking good. Starting in mid-May, the government of Alberta did allow businesses start to reopen, but they had quite a few restrictions. There were many new standards and guidelines that they had to live under, which not only affected their customers, but for some of them affected their staff. How do you house staff, especially in remote areas, bunk houses and so on, in a time of COVID-19? And so some of them chose not to reopen or just reopen just partially because of that. So to just go through very quickly some of the larger things that tended to happen. International tourism was shut down, still shut down. And honestly, Travel Alberta is looking none this winter and probably not even to the summer as a realistic look. All traditional summer camps, and we have 7 places in the county that do mostly youth camps and school camps. Those were all closed, and most of them held no camps all summer, which also meant there was no employment or very little employment at those locations. A Facebook group started up in the middle of all this called Crownland Camping. It became practically the most popular Facebook page in Alberta almost overnight. And probably about a third of the posts on that Facebook page are about us, our area. And the promotion there is random camping, free camping is the idea. In the first half of July, Alberta Parks actually came to me and asked me to stop promoting Crescent Falls and Stifler Falls. And I actually had stopped a little previously because I understood the parking lots and garbage facilities there were overrun. And they just, in Stifler Falls, for example, is able to have parking for 100 vehicles, and they were counting 250 to 300 vehicles parked on the highways and the ditches and all sorts of areas, which is not ideal for the Kootenay Plains Ecological Reserve to have people parking outside the parking lot. The increase in campers did increase the garbage and human waste that was being left behind. We saw volunteer groups going out and cleaning that, and actually David Thompson Country made the national news because of the volunteer group's efforts. So it was a negative and a positive at the same time. And I will also say that Alberta Environmental Parks put out portable latrines in some of the high trail density areas and some of the camping areas. They did not put out garbage bins. The message to me from them was that people should be taking their garbage home, not leaving it in wilderness areas where wildlife can be attracted to the garbage bins. They said once you start putting a garbage bin out, it's never enough. And we saw that when there was a volunteer group that put garbage bins out, and it was overwhelmed instantly. So the message is, if you brought it out, you can take it home. And the county and David Thompson Country both have adopted similar messaging. Some businesses, like trail ride companies, were not able to hire people because many summer students didn't want to work in bunkhouses and close facilities. And so the trail ride companies had a tough time in addition to their international market being closed. I will say, and this isn't county specific, more of the region, but gas stations, drive-through restaurants, and liquor stores saw an increase in business. Our grocery stores and even our hardware stores saw some spin-off from this as well. However, hotels, sit-down restaurants, traditional boutique stores actually saw a drop in business, some of them quite extensively. So it wasn't an even rise for all of them. And related with our Clearwater Fire and also Rocky Search and Rescue, March, April, and May were incredibly quiet for them, but the following months made up for that. And they had more call-outs, more rescues, people on Abraham Lake that didn't understand that it's not a recreation lake. Unfortunate incidents at Crescent Falls and so on. And so we are going to be working on some safety messaging on trying to educate people a little bit on that. So overall, the increase in number of visitors was good for our general economy. Unlike other areas, Banff and Jasper, that depend more on international travel, we saw a huge increase in Albertans coming to our area, many of them discovering it for the first time. And from talking with businesses and also the information center here in town, it sounds like most of them plan to come back after discovering this. It also, I think, identified how many visitors leave Alberta to go to BC, Montana, Idaho, and so on, and they chose to stay here. And so we did an excellent job in our area in being able to capture a large number of those. Just like we'd like to capture more dollars. So I reached out and asked several of the businesses about their experience this summer, and a few got back to me. April Feenstra with Nordegg Miners Cafe emailed me saying that we're struggling to make enough pie, and at this point, it was about 3 weeks ago, she was still employing four almost full-time people. If we were still open 7 days a week, I'd be employing 2 more, but they're only open 4 days right now. With this coming weekend being their final one of the season. Just as general comments, sales were up 50% overall. Usually it's about 20% per year. We haven't seen a slowdown this fall. It's continued to stay busy right through September and October. And we actually didn't have a slow lead into July and August. Basically, May long weekend hit and it's been running straight on since then. Right from day one, it's full tilt. And we could barely keep up with the pie making and baking. The freezer and fridge capacity was maxed out, and we also maxed out the power for that building, which is part of the reason why they're moving to a different building in the spring. I visited her in middle of August, and by that point, in a typical year, she told me she sold about 200 whole pies, where people just come out and buy the whole pie. By that point, it was already 1,000 in the middle of August. And she was going through inventory trying to figure out where all the pie was going, and it was selling all these whole pies all of a sudden. Because people weren't eating in, they were just taking out, they were coming in and just buying the whole pie and leaving. So good for her, and we look forward to seeing what else she'll do. I have 2 short video responses from a couple of the businesses that are requested for information. So Tracy, if we could play the response from Lazy M Lodge, please.
Hello and welcome to the Lazy M Lodge. My name is Randy McGee.
And I'm Marcel Gore.
I believe the audio does improve a little bit later on, but it is quiet.
The Lazy M Lodge is located on the southeast corner of Clearwater County. We took over the property 10 years ago from Margie and Lane Moore and have turned the Lazy M now into more of a guest lodge where we do retreats, family reunions, weddings, individual bookings, tourists, and it has become a sanctuary for thousands of people in the 10 years that we've been here. We have the 8-room main guest lodge where we serve meals, and then we have a couple other buildings where we can house a total up to 24 guests overnight, and that's the focus of our business right now. When we purchased the Lazy M Lodge, this building was a horse barn. We've now converted it into a hall, and we can do groups up to 125 and offer those groups field camping during our summer events. One of the experiences here at the Lazy M is to sit here on the veranda and enjoy the views. The Clearwater County has many breathtaking views and features. The North Raven River, which flows through our property, is one of Alberta's only spring-fed creeks and is a great attraction for fishermen and those people just looking for a moment to relax and enjoy the tranquility of this area. When the COVID pandemic hit on March 15th, we had to close our doors and we were unable to open until May 28th. During that time, most of our 2020 bookings had to cancel. And for us, that was over $100,000 in lost revenue. When things started to reopen, we had to find new ways of doing business. We now are only allowed 50% of our normal capacity, and for us that means a maximum of 12 guests. Here at the Lazy M, another one of the things that we've had to follow is the AHS rules as far as protocols for cleaning and for serving our meals. Our guests that we've recently had here to the Lazy M are happy with our new format and have really found it a good place to help renew their spirit and help with their mental health as we work through this pandemic. The Clearwater County has to be aware that those guests that maybe were coming and visiting the Clearwater County this summer in droves to the West Country, not necessarily coming to the hotels and motels because we can't offer enough as far as social distancing and safe cohabitation with other guests. Our doors are open here at the Lazy M. We invite anybody to come out, see what we're all about, and get the experience that hundreds of other guests have had at the Lazy M. And we know that moving forward and into 2021, things will improve, we'll have a plan, and we'll work with the county to make that happen.
And then if we could listen to the one from Wilderness Village, please.
Hello and welcome to the Lazy M Lodge. My name is Randy McGee.
There's two little arrows that are pushed together in the corner there.
Hello, my name is Ron Webster, manager of Wilderness Village Campground Resort across from Crimson Lake. I've been asked to provide a comment to your group regarding our season and the effect the pandemic has had on our business. In January and February of this year, we received hundreds of reservations for the summer. We had anticipated another successful year, much due to the beautiful new pool we built in 2019. When March arrived, news about the coronavirus pandemic spread, and we began receiving hundreds of cancellations. Things then looked very bleak for the 2020 season. Our members were very concerned, as were our staff. We established a regular dialogue with our district health officer, who provided guidance and the many new emerging rules from the government. We enacted on all protocols to ensure that those visiting our resort remain safe. In late April and early May, restrictions began to be lifted, and our communications center once again became flooded with calls for reservations. Once we were allowed to open our swimming pools, we knew we were going to salvage our business year. This has turned out to be a banner year for us due to many Albertans choosing to remain in the province and closer to home. RV sales have skyrocketed and consumers have been clamoring to find places to camp. This has been a boon not only to our campsite and cabin rentals, but also to our membership sales. The major complaint we did receive this summer was from tourists coming to our area and not having acceptable cell service signal. We anticipate next year to be successful as well, because many new people were introduced to our resort this year and most likely will be returning. Our level of success, of course, will depend on the path the pandemic takes and whether there will be future mandated closures or business interruptions. Thank you, and best of luck to everyone else involved in tourism-related businesses. Thank you.
And now I'd like to just turn time over to JP for a short presentation. He has a PowerPoint.
Maybe what we'll do while you're pulling up the PowerPoint, we'll do a quick round of introductions. So start with Councillor Duncan.
Jim Duncan, Division 1, I'm Southwest Correspondence.
Darrell Wahi, Division 3, and that's east and central, straddling Highway 11.
Hi. John Vandermeer, Division 4, north and west of Caroline.
Welcome, Cami Laird, Division 2, and that's the swath of land straddling Highway 598.
Teresa Lang, and you know my area.
Tim Hogan, Division 6, the southeast corner of the county and south of Highway 54.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7, and everything north of Highway 12.
Hello, Harry Hagan, I'm the Director of Corporate Services.
Hello, Keith McRae, Director of Planning and Development.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, as Jay said, I'm JP Fortin. I own Pursuit Adventures in Nordegg now with my wife Danielle. And we also own a small takeout restaurant that we opened this summer in town there. Those are the brands you see there that we use mostly. Now, if you follow us on social media or if you've been on any of our website, you'll see they're all a bit of a mess right now. We started the transition to Nordegg in the spring, and hopefully we'll be caught up by next spring the way things are going right now. So, with all of that, over the last 10 years, we were based out of Red Deer, but operating a lot in the Nordegg Abraham Lake area. And what we saw during that time was our market moved fully, and almost all of our tours were now starting in Nordegg. We were just driving empty vehicles back and forth. So in May, we moved to Nordegg Family and Business and fully set up there. And we took over the Sugar Shack, which was the ice cream shop just on the main street there. And the place still looked like on the far picture while we were doing renovation, and we had the lineup of people stopping by asking for ice cream by mid-May. And it was kind of just crazy from there. So we spent all summer doing the renovations and cleaning things up. Same as with April at the cafe, we had like 6 offsite freezers that were full on Wednesday morning when food delivery came in. And by Sunday night, April and I were trying to get all the milk and eggs and other things from the gas stations we could get to make it to the next delivery. So kind of how the summer went. And we just took over what used to be the hair salon next door. And we're doing some renovations right now. We're going to be putting in our commercial kitchen there. And we're planning to reopen for the winter on December 4, also with a bigger winter patio set up covering the 2 areas there. And with the winter for us, traditionally, that's been our busiest season. That's when we see the most tours in the Nordegg Abraham Lake area. As Jerry said, though, it's a big market from the international side. And for us, in January is when we saw the drop happen, about 2 months before Albertans started being impacted. For us, the loss of the international for this year, that's a 40% revenue shortfall that we're facing. And Travel Alberta's latest numbers, we're looking probably 2024 or beyond before we see a recovery on that side. Now, the summer attracted a lot of people, so we're hopeful for the winter to shift with more Albertan and Western Canada in our market. At the same time, we learned a lot this summer that with COVID, the operating expenses have definitely gone up. So that's the other side. We had a great summer, but the cost side was definitely a little higher. So we've got to balance that going into the winter. One piece of good news on the infrastructure side, for the last 5 years, we've worked with transportation, environment, tourism to address some of the access issues at Abraham Lake for the ice bubbles. And so far, 3 out of the 4 access that are safer access that we've been working for are either going to have parking lots and or toilets or facilities for this winter or for the following winter. And most of the work's already been done. So for us, it's going to give a lot better visitor experience going in. The other issues you've all heard about this summer, like garbage, all of those things, which for us in town, it meant most days would show up and people would have just driven by or shopped and filled up everything they could find with garbage. And that's what we were dealing with most of the summer. Now I know from what I've heard, the county has done a lot of great work with different industries and that, and hopefully we can take that same approach with tourism and work on some of those plans going ahead into especially next summer, and dealing with some of that. At the same time, when the strategy was brought forward in 2016, I think we could have only have dreamt of the numbers we've seen this summer. I don't think that was even on the range of what was expected. Now, with that, though, the one we hear a lot is, well, we need more time. We're not ready for all the people. Well, it's too bad they're here now. Not much we can do. On that same note, I'd like to have 3 more weeks to finish getting ready for winter tours. That shot was taken Sunday night, posted yesterday, and, well, winter season's here, so.
This picture is all over. It is tens of thousands of people shared it just in 2 days.
And with that, one of the things that we saw this summer with that Facebook group that Jerry mentioned is, if we're not out there doing the marketing and the promotion, sending the messages we want out, we'll get a ton of people. They're not necessarily stopping in town, they're not necessarily buying groceries or buying food or anything else, but we'll get people. And one of the switch we saw was focusing more on improving the visitor experience, setting the right expectations, and getting more people that are gonna come to town and that are actually gonna spend money locally and spend time in the area that way. And that's one of the changes we've definitely been seeing as we go that way. Just finish up on a bit of a good note. For us, I consider small business, the work we see through the ads from David Thompson Country, Travel Alberta, Destination Canada definitely has a big impact. I can tell you when Destination Canada tags us in an Instagram post about the ice bubbles, we get bookings within 20 minutes. It does have a big, big impact. At the same time, going into this year, we're trying to get a bit more collaboration with the other operators in the Nordegg area. I think through the tourism forum, we've seen more at the county level. Now we're focused a little more right in the Nordegg area. And for that, 2 big things. This August, we did a couple of days of shooting with Travel Alberta for all the content for next summer. Avoiding places like Crescent Falls and Siffer Falls that are at capacity, going to a bit lesser known spot in that area. And you should be seeing those in all of their campaigns next summer that are focused on Albertans at this point. The other one is we led an application with Expanse Cottage in Nordegg, Miners Cafe, and David Thompson Country. And just last week, we found out we got $43,000 to spend between now and March to promote the Nordegg area. And that's coming in from Travel Alberta from their co-op funding model. And that's all I have for you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Deputy Reed?
Yes. Is there anything more that the county could do in the Nordegg area that would be very helpful to what you do?
There's a few things. I'd say the biggest challenge we face for us is the lack of rental housing, and I don't know how we go about that, if it's working together toward a co-op model like we see in other tourist towns, all of those. I know for us personally, we were looking at renting when we moved. It took us 3 months in the pandemic before we could find a place. And the reason we found a place was because all of the reservations for the summer dried up. So it's definitely a challenge, and with tourism staff, we definitely need availability of good rental housing. The second one is on the little bit more on the smaller infrastructure side. So the expectations coming into more of a tourism town in terms of, public garbage bins, those types of things. Not necessarily to address the random camping site like the province was talking about, but even along, just along the town itself. And it was a bit of a challenge. And like I said, between us and the gas stations, everybody would assume that was the only public garbage or facilities or any of those, so.
Well, it sounds like we've had a very positive year where we didn't anticipate we would otherwise have that, so that's good news.
It was a roller coaster ride, and it was a steep roller coaster. Big downs and then big ups. And then we have a PDF presentation with Johan.
Go ahead.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you to the Clearwater County staff and council for giving us the opportunity to, to inform you what's going on and keep you updated as we go along. Self-introduction, Riverview Campground is the place that we own together with my wife Danielle. We've been there since 2006 and have a great clientele of returning customers, and this year we had a great group of clientele that tried us all out for the first time, and I'm sure they'll be back. So along the side over the years, we do a bit of volunteering work. I'm the chairman for the Alberta Campground Association. 4 years ago, I've been asked to join the national CCRVC. I will get back to that in a little bit. Just to say, the CCRVC represents, on a national level, about 1,500 campgrounds right now that are owned privately or by investment groups. And we do a lot of work, but I'll get back to that in here in a little bit. I just wanted to inform you guys a little bit about 2020. The story is kind of similar to what you've heard. It was a rocky start, really was. We decided on a very early stage that anybody that canceled, we would do a refund to our partners that we work together with, travel agencies from the U.S., our U.S. customers. We did a full 100% refund just to make sure that we're on the list to get them back, because we need those people to come back, and we need those people to spend their money in this area. The no-fly thing from Europe and anywhere in the world. We have a tourism partner in Europe that caters to the 6 major countries that travel to the western part of Canada. These people are stationed in BC. They have, just to give you an idea, they have about a dozen people on staff, and we've known them for many, many years. These are really, really experienced owners, operators, and they said to us, sometime at the end of the day, we just cry. We just cried because it is gone. And that was really sad to see. So right from a fairly early stage, we said we do 100% refunds, and we're going to do something to help you out next year to get you back, and which they will. So the positive thing of it is that these partners, they came out because they had a lot of time on their hands. So they came out to our area, and we toured them around. We showed them what we had. We had lengthy meetings where we showed opportunities in the area. For example, they had a full-blown tour at the National Historic Site. So the positive out of it is that it gave them the time to experience what we have in this county, and it gave them the time to rethink their strategies. What they do is guided trips without the tour guide. and it gave them the opportunity to look at at as a new thing again, which they did, which was awesome. As from our business, when it warmed up and when the sun came out, holy mackerel, did we get busy. And it was good, and it was local traffic, and by local traffic, obviously I mean the Albertans. They were out there to enjoy whatever they could, because everybody wanted to get out of that city and off the driveway. And it worked out awesome. So that gave us an opportunity to show them what we have in our backyard. And when we got busy, our neighbors got busy, our fellow campgrounds got busy. And I'm sure you guys got all the feedback. I wanted to express that from what I've heard, there's a percentage of negative news that comes out of the West Country. The garbage, the this, the that, the partying. And I wanted to express that is a small percentage of people compared to the families that enjoy our West Country and come out there to, with their norms and values, enjoy the West Country. The sad thing is that negative news travels 5 times faster than positive. And I'm sure you guys didn't get a call on Monday morning from a family to expressing thank you of enjoying the beautiful Clearwater County. But I'm sure you got Monday morning of what was all wrong. But it wasn't all wrong. And it was great to see that there's a big group of people that enjoys our county and knows what to do and acts responsible. What I've seen and in our experience, we have the ability to offer people a COVID-free environment. We have the ability to give the people an experience that they will forever treasure as a memory. And I think we should keep on doing that and keep on doing it as much as we can. What it also meant is a financial trace, because all these people come into our area leave a financial trace, and we need to do whatever we can to tap into that, because oil and gas, I don't need to educate you guys, it ain't doing what it's supposed to be doing. That trace of money, I think we need to do whatever we can to grab it, to contain it, to make it work in our advantage. There's a lot of people that, in some of the industries that didn't get the traction that some of the other ones got, like the restaurants and stuff, but it gave the people a taste of what we have to offer, and I think next year they will be in those restaurants. And from the big guy to the small guy, like I happened to talk to the co-op management, they projected a loss in the beginning of the year. It turned out to be a big profit from the sections of the store where obviously tourism was involved, like the food stores and everybody that stops in this town. The possibility in this county are enormous, and let's hope that we can continue with that. There were some things that we, in our experience, just little things that we noticed that are changing over the years. People are ready for that outdoor experience. When a truck and a trailer pulls in right now, guaranteed it has the bicycles in the back, it has the kayaks in the back, it has everything ready for that outdoor experience, because that's what people are longing for, that's what people want. They want to create that family experience, and I think we have the perfect ingredients to do that. The other thing that we noticed is that the people that used to tent camp, and you probably all know, like, we're Dutch immigrants from Holland that moved in 2006. I'm talking our new Canadians, the Filipinos, the East Indians, people that have figured it out, people that have 3 years ago showed up with a tent. They're all showing up now with a smaller RV, like a smaller RV that a North American family is a common to, but they bring the whole family. And if they can, they bring 2 families. My staff often wondered, how are these guys all sleeping in there? They don't drink, they don't party, but they're ready to take in the experience. At the end of the season, one of my staff members figured it out. He said, they must be stacking them and putting them together like Lego, because otherwise it wouldn't fit. These families will be back, and they will be back to take it all in. So we got to do whatever we can do to get ready, I think. Back to the CCRBC. I was asked 4 years ago to come onto the board of directors. Every province from Canada has 2 representatives. I happen to be one of them for Alberta. I won't go too much into the PDF there. The major thing is, guys, what you can take out of it. Like the CCRBC did their own industry survey in 2015, and after that they've added stuff onto it. A lot of it is on a national level, and the CCRBC has been put together by the manufacturers that we still have in Canada, the RV dealerships, and then the campgrounds. They have several boards. The campground side of it, they do a lot of work, they do a lot of advocacy. Because we represent a large part of the industry, we have the possibility that we're in Ottawa 1 week out of the year, usually in May, to lobby for things that we think the industry needs. Educate the MPs, educate their staff, and bring across that we're talking about a 6.2 billion dollar industry in 2019. That is added value to the Canadian economy. That brings jobs, that brings tax money, that brings opportunities. Canadians are embrace the RV lifestyle. All that spin-off, it's good and it's growing. We do our lobby week, which is a great experience. It's a learning experience every time we go, but it's a great experience, and people listen. Like in Ottawa, they do want to listen. They see the importance of tourism. They see the importance of growing that industry, and because we have the natural beauties to show off. When you go to smaller numbers, or like when you break it a little bit down, that $1 billion figure comes down to RV trips. Altogether in 2019, there were 8.1 million RV trips. That gives an estimate of $3.4 billion that's being spent on the road as we go. And the numbers for 2020 aren't in. I've asked the RVDA for an update. They don't have it. They just know that 2020 was crazy in that industry. Anything that had anything to do with outdoors, it was absolutely crazy. But it all comes down to what do people spend on the road. And I'm really curious to see what 2019 and 2020 would do per average expenditure, per person, per night, being on the road. Because that's what we're talking about. That's what we can bring back to this county as a source of revenue for everybody to enjoy. If you want, Jerry, I can keep you updated as those numbers come in. And the importance of it all, and I will keep it I'll try to keep it as short as I can, but it's all about local spending and spending in municipalities, and create an opportunity to leave those dollars in town or in the county or in the local areas. As a conclusion, I just wanted to say that tourism brings a negative, there's been some negative feedback about tourism. I think it's a small part of the population that is a part of that. I think we need to really, really focus on the positive and bring out the positive to grow it, because it's going to generate money, it's going to generate jobs, it's going to generate opportunities, and the rare statistic is that everybody that's out 60 kilometers or more from their home is a tourist, and we've seen a lot of that. We have all the ingredients, we have all the the locations through our beautiful county. We have the opportunities to give these families the opportunity to make these everlasting memories in our area. I really wanted to emphasize to be ready for next year, because this was only, let's say next year is going to be a more normal year again. These were only the Albertans that we had. If we add the out of country traffic to it, and people will be ready to go. As last and not least, with having the opportunity to speak here, I'd like to be free to say, if there's a possibility to build a committee of town employees or county employees that are really knowledgeable about these topics, like, for example, Jerry and Jeff from the town, to work together with some of the operators, some of the people in the area from our community that have really great ideas about tourism, about strategies, about solving the problems, about using up-to-date communication infrastructure to solve some of these problems and to build a sustainable future. There's some people out there with ideas that are as big as the hills, but they're not undoable. And if we do them, I think it would put us on the map, and it would generate a sustainable income stream for the future. So, like I said, if I could be as free with expressing myself, I'd like to see a committee built that could work together for a new tourism strategy for the future. And anytime, if you guys have questions, always available.
All right. Well, thank you. That's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
Questions? I see Councillor Swanson has her light on. We'll start there, and then I'll go to Councillor.
Well, there were great presentations, and yes, I've been part of Jerry's tourism forums, and I can attest that, you know, that's where things happen and we need to grow that. And so I like your idea about forming a committee. I would call it a think tank, and, you know, to get these ideas flowing and really get community involved members in that, and coming and going, and whether it's putting out a rug and putting out some chairs out in the middle of a parking lot and having a coffee. That'd be great. But I really want to acknowledge both of you and the ones that have been presented, because although you are tourism operators within our boundaries, you guys are also very good for our local community, and I want to acknowledge you for that, for your support there through your different initiatives. Yes, JP, you've just moved into the area, but you've been here for 10 years, and you know, you and Danielle have put on the, you know, the Christmas lights and things like that, have started that initiative, so it's very great. So thank you very much for your tenacity and your patience, and hopefully next year nobody's drowning and we are everybody's thriving. So, but that was just my comments.
Councillor Lang.
Yes, I want to thank you both for coming. I do have two questions, one for you, Johan, and the other one for both of you. Johan, are you going to be putting on a Christmas light parade again this year? I know you've had it for 2 years now, and it seems to be growing. The second year was.
Yes, it has been growing. It was a really difficult decision, but regulation-wise, we can't.
That's what I was wondering.
And in the form that we had it, we're not able to do it regulation-wise. What we are doing, we're still doing the Christmas store. We're still doing some outdoor activities on the Saturdays. The agenda will be coming out through B94 and through the internet, I should say. We are doing some Saturdays activities like Pictures with Santa, and the wood carving guy is coming in. We are decorating the front of the store and giving people an opportunity without paying any fees to still get into the Christmas spirit. Next year, we're going to hit it harder and better, because next year everything's going to be back to normal again, right? So.
Okay. My second question is for both of you, and Councillor Vandermeer asked a question to you, JP, and what you could see that the county could help with. Mm-hmm. And Ron from Wilderness Village, he wasn't asked the question, and he said connectivity, the cell. Mm-hmm. So is that not a problem for you too? You're out in the West Country?
Could I go first? Okay. Yes, it is. The internet situation, I'm sure you got all the examples left, right, and center. It blows our mind every time. Like we provide Wi-Fi through our park. The Wi-Fi use has 5 times double. I don't know. Like we work with Missing Link. Right now, that's our best option. We're desperate to get something better.
It's definitely been a challenge for us. When we moved the kids, especially when we had to tell them not to watch as many YouTube videos, was definitely a challenge, because we kept running out of, I think the first month we were in Nordegg, we were out of data within 6 days. So that made for a long month. TELUS just opened up a few more smart hub in Nordegg, so we were able to get one last month, so that's made life easier. But something that would allow us to fully work and fully use all of our online tools and share photos with Jerry a lot faster would be a really nice change, instead of driving into town to share them with him physically. So, yes.
Is there any other questions anybody has? I actually picked up on, Johan, you had indicated that you go to, in your organization, you go to Ottawa in May annually. And, you know, and you're obviously advocating for the camping industry and tourism. And I'm kind of just building off of what I'm heard about connectivity. Is that something that you'd be also advocating for at that federal level? And is that something that we can help with?
Any input is good. Usually, like rates, we usually take about 4 to 5 topics. That being said, when you have your meetings with the MPs, like we split up in groups of 4 people. When we have our meetings with the MPs, there's a lot of time as a social interaction. Afterwards, we have our receptions, and there's a lot of time to point out other things that are not related to the RV industry. And, totally honest, the first time that I went, I was pretty nervous because you don't know what you're walking into. You don't know what it's all new. At the end of the day, they're just people. And at the end of the day, when you have your receptions or your dinners or whatever, they're just people. And they want to know, they want to be educated, they want to know what's going on. So I think every year it's a fantastic experience. Obviously this year was canceled, but to add on to that, we do have one paid person that is in regular contact with Ottawa and goes from department to department still now to bring topics to the table, so.
Okay, well, thank you. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Just to add on to that, we haven't passed any motion to that effect, but I believe we want to work with you on your sojourn into Ottawa. Clearly, tourism is a big future for Clearwater County. And my personal view is that we need to work together very closely. And when there are doors opened, we need to help you further open the doors and broaden the message. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I did pick up on your request to build a committee to continue to work with our staff on tourism operations to enhance the opportunities for our area. And I would suggest that that is a fantastic idea. I agree with Councillor Swanson, whatever you call it, think tank. I think that that is an endeavor well worth the time, and perhaps that's something that we could either make a motion for, or we can leave it with Mr. Pratt, depending on your comfort level, sir.
That would just be a part of my work plan.
Okay. It'll be part of his work plan, so stay tuned for that. I did want to thank you. You are both fantastic ambassadors for our area. Please keep up the good work. I absolutely agree with you. We do have all of the ingredients to make the perfect recipe for tourism here in our community. Thank you again for your efforts, and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Would somebody like to motion to accept that as information? Councillor Duncan?
So we'll make the motion to accept this presentation of this information. Thank you very much.
All right. All those in favor? All right, 7-0, that's carried. We're going to take a half-hour break. We should be back at 1:35. All right, welcome back. So, just want to back up to 3.1. That's the minutes from the regular council meeting dated Tuesday, October the 13th. If everybody's had a chance to look at that, go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
On 4.2 was when we had a delegation, and we did it via video or electronic means, and I see we don't have a motion. No, we didn't need one? Okay, that was... Okay, fair, I wasn't sure. Okay, fair enough. I was just clarifying I wanted that for clarification if we needed a motion. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, any other questions? If none, looking for somebody to adopt the minutes. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? And that's carried. So that brings us to 5.1, and that would be Caroline Senior Housing Report.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services. Our first item before you today is the Seniors Housing information. We've provided Council with a bit of a summary report that I might spend a little bit of time on going through, and then we've gathered some supporting information that we hope is helpful to Council from agencies that we've recently met with. So on July 9th, community leaders from the Village of Caroline, Chamber of Commerce, Ag Society, County met to discuss seniors housing in the Caroline area. In April 2020, a Clearwater Region Seniors Social Needs Assessment was completed. At Council's regular July 28th meeting, administration presented a request for $20,000 to carry out another needs assessment specific to Caroline. At that time, Council made a motion to ask administration to gather more information. Administration's recently met with the Rocky Seniors Housing Council and the FCSS to start organizing and gathering that information. We have put a little bit of specific demographic information into our report. This came out of the census and the existing needs assessment that was done by FCSS. So I think some of this information is helpful to Council. We look at what our seniors populations are. See the study found that the county as a whole has a higher percentage of residents age 65 years or older categorized as low income versus the provincial rate. So we have a couple percent higher. We also see information that suggests that the percentage of seniors living in Caroline is 18%. And one thing that really interested administration was that the study found that only about 1/4 of respondents were aware of local programs currently available within this community. And then in conclusion, the existing needs assessment or senior study concluded and noted that consideration should be given to more affordable senior housing in Caroline, as well as a variety of different types. So if you look at the current situation right now within the Clearwater region, within the Westview Lodge, we have 72 rooms, 18 vacancies. Now that is a snapshot in time. That may not be this time. It was a time when we talked with, so, literally daily things are changing. So I just want to caution if these numbers have changed, that's very possible. But we believe they're fairly sound, talking with Seniors Housing Administration, this has been the situation roughly for the better part of a few years for a lot of these facilities. So of the of the folks currently residing in the Westview Lodge, 29 are from Rocky Mountain House, 2 are from Caroline, 16 are from Clearwater County, 7 are other. So we had that information. Not every facility, we were able to get that information. If you look down to the next, the Day Manor has 8 rooms and 1 vacancy. Columbus Place has 36 rooms and 1 vacancy. Acton House has 20 rooms and no vacancies. McLeod Manor has 4 rooms and no vacancies. Sunset Manor has 8 vacancies. Sorry, 8 rooms and no vacancies. 1 resident from Rocky Mountain House. 5 from Caroline, and then the rest from outside of the community. So those are the facilities currently within the Clearwater region. If we focus on the existing facility in Caroline, Mountain Sunset Manor, it has 8 rooms. This is an independent living facility. So if you will, kind of a step below the lodge. And it was built in the 1970s. There's 5 other independent living facilities in Clearwater County: Westview Lodge, Day Manor, Columbus Place, Acton House, and McLeod Manor. Long-term care is available at Clearwater Center, Westview Lodge, and Park Avenue. So, as we mentioned, the Rocky Mountain House area is exhibiting high vacancy rate in the independent living sector. There are factors that could be affecting this, including COVID. So we do caution that, you know, these things could change rapidly. Though, as I mentioned before, there has been vacancies in the lodge since approximately 2018, we understand, discussing with the Seniors Housing Council. Right around then was the tipping point when we went from basically having no vacancies to vacancies. So there's currently nobody on the waiting list for Caroline's Mountain Sunset Manor. There are 13 applications pending for Acton House, Columbus Place, Day Manor, and McLeod Manor. Vacancies are available at Day Manor and Columbus Place. There are 13 applicants on the waiting list for Westview Lodge and 18 vacancies. Now that may not balance in one's mind, but it didn't when I first heard that, but it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of folks that believe they need to get in on a waiting list because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and at one time that was the case in this community. So there's a perspective that, you know, oh, we're getting close, so we better get our name on the list. But then there's also folks that at a certain point in time believe they need to go, but then their health changes or their perspective changes, and when they're asked or offered a position, they decline, but they still want to stay on the waiting list. You know, I'm feeling good this month, try me next month kind of thing. And I think we can understand that. It's a big decision to move into one of these facilities when you've lived a certain way, so I can understand that it would take people some time, but yet they still want to have the, you know, the option. So when we understand that, it makes sense that we have vacancies, but yet people on a waiting list. And these folks on the waiting list get, from our understanding, they get asked every month whether they're willing to, shouldn't say willing, ready to move in. And it may not be just them ready, their family may not be ready either. And it is a family decision often. So I just wanted to clarify that because it's a very interesting piece of information to me when we were learning about this. Records from the Rocky Senior Housing Council show that current tenants of the Mountain Sunset Manor who had chosen this facility as their first choice were able to get in there. Currently, there are no residents in other facilities who had put Mountain Sunset Manor as their first choice but had to settle somewhere else. So we recognize the local economy has affected seniors' ability to sell their homes, to move into care homes, and more seniors are looking at ways to stay in their homes if possible. So this is a trend that was brought to our attention that we wanted to note to council. There's 2 strings there that are going to affect placements in these facilities. One is seniors' desire to age in place, meaning that's their choice to do that. And then there's the others who are relying on the equity in their home to finance their stay at the seniors housing, and if their homes don't sell, they will not be able to potentially move into the lodge. So some of those things would affect placements in the future. Staffing for current facilities has become a challenge in the last few years, and concerns arise over staffing deficit within new housing that may be built. So this was something that was brought to our attention by Housing Council and FCSS when we met there. So we believe that was also an important point to note for council. Future considerations from administration's perspective. As I've mentioned, and it's worth mentioning again, there is a perception in the community that every seniors facility has an extensive wait list, which does not appear to match the current situation. Certain factors that came up out of the existing social needs assessment that could be addressed. In this regard, administration and members of FCS and Rocky Seniors Housing Council discussed forming a working group that would include organizations present at our past meeting, but as well other stakeholders in the community. And the purpose of this would be to address the information deficit that's out there, not only around waiting lists when it comes to seniors, but everything. Transportation, there's a huge gap in that. Other services, other facilities, it became very clear to administration that there's a huge amount of service, a huge amount of opportunity for seniors to utilize resources in this community, but it feels to us that is not well known. So we believe that's a very important thing for community services to address, and administration plans on working with these groups to address some of that. And one of the first things we came up with was an information package. I couldn't find a clearinghouse if I was a senior, in this community, where could I find information? If you're a farmer, you can find information in one spot on our website. If you're a campground person, there's information, but nowhere could we really put our finger on that. So we'd really like to work with some of these community groups to do that. Exactly where that receptacle is, whose website it lives on or whatever is not really important, as long as we have a place for all that information to exist. We also found that, there wasn't a lot of information being delivered to seniors about kind of aging at home, but there was information available. So, there's a bit of a linkage that we could draw there. And then, there's a lot of rural infrastructure out there that we believe could be utilized to assist seniors' housing quality of life. And one thing that came up in our minds was community halls. And some are doing, Leslieville has services geared towards seniors. Not everyone does. And so, there might be some advantage in engaging our community halls and trying to provide service to seniors. This council may consider, as an example, providing grants to community halls to incentivize such things as providing service. So supplementary grants to the grants that we already provide. Just kind of some ideas kicked around at that meeting. So there's kind of the overview of our report. We do have supporting information for the facilities within our region, as well as we've also provided some information for facilities just outside of our region as well for council's consideration. But I believe I will leave it there, and I'll turn it back over to the Reeve if there's any questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Have we got any questions from, good, Councillor Duncan. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. You did mention Sunset Manor was built in the 70s or something, so it's 50 years old. Is there a life expectancy yet been determined for that building, or is it in terms of a replacement versus, can we keep upkeep on it?
Yeah, so we did ask Vanessa that as far as kind of what the plans for the future replacement of that facility, and I believe the answer was there is nothing in place now, but there is a assessment period that's been kind of triggered here or will be triggered recently, And that will be done by kind of them and be submitted as far as kind of their overall capital improvement deficits and things. So no information kind of right now, but it feels like there probably will be some information in the future as that facility is kind of hitting a key date in its lifespan.
And it's not on a piece of property that's big enough to expand on or rebuild on, probably?
That was also discussed, and essentially, you know, Angela didn't, or the Senior Housing Administration did not believe that that property was big enough to really facilitate any expansions or even any redevelopment that would be meaningful. It is, you know, a small lot.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
Matt, I have two questions and one comment. I guess I'll start off with the comment. I looked at the percentages of seniors in Caroline. What I found interesting, in 1996, it was 13% was seniors. And then 2016, it jumped to 21, and now it's back to 13%. So I'm not sure if the senior age group will be trending up or if it's going down. I found that interesting. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I can't say why it went up and down. I know when we look at overall trends, you know, the amount of seniors, so the boomer industry coming into that age. But yeah, it's very interesting. You know, could the answer be some of those folks kind of did go into here in town? But no, you wouldn't expect that much variation, would you?
No. Also, I'm a little bit disappointed in this survey that only 18% of the seniors who reside in Caroline responded. Yeah, but like, that's a low number, low percentage. Any comments?
So it was, sorry, Anne-Marie Bertignoli, Supervisor Community and Agriculture. So it wasn't 18% of the seniors in Caroline, it was 18% of the seniors surveyed in Clearwater County came from Caroline.
It says the percent of seniors who responded to the survey who reside in Caroline was 18%.
Yes. So not 18% of the seniors in Caroline responded. 18% of the people, the seniors that responded to the survey were from Caroline's.
Okay,
18%.
I'm reading it now. Okay. And my second question, was there any feedback on the waiting list for neighboring communities for the senior wait list, like Sundre and Olds, and that was going to be checked in tonight? I don't know, maybe I'm blind, I don't see it here.
Yeah. We were really hopeful to get that information. There's kind of a balance. I know there was certainly a lot of interest and passion from the Caroline community to have this back in front of council, so we were balancing getting that information. So we wanted to make sure we got all the information from within. But yeah, I would have been interested to see how the neighboring vacancy rates relate to ours. That would have been interesting to us, and we do hope to possibly still get some of that information. We are sort of relying on our agency partners within the community to reach out. We don't have relationships with Rimbey or Eckville, so we did it through the Rocky Seniors Housing, and we certainly wanted to be appreciative of their time and not taxing them too much. So, but no, I agree. I'd be very interested in seeing some of that as well. What we also didn't get is any AHS facilities. So any of those level 1s and level 2s, say Good Sam's, and where some of their numbers are, because we know there's some progression. So if we knew, you know, kind of how that works as they go through the different levels, that could help with this as well. AHS kind of marches to their own beat, so we can't really necessarily get that information, and the public information may or may not be divisible within our county. their health zones are not necessarily county specific, so that's a challenge. But we do know from the professionals within this kind of realm, staffing's an issue in those facilities, even more so than the lower 3 and 4 lodge type facilities that we're dealing with here. So brick and mortar isn't necessarily the solution. Those facilities are very staff intensive. They need, and the designations their staff needs are higher yet. So it's an unfortunate reality that we've heard quite a bit when we were having these discussions, that staffing is a challenge.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. I have an observation, having lived in the Caroline area for many years, and it is that Sunset Manor is 50 years old and totally inadequate for that community at this point in time. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I know many seniors from the southern part of the county that moved to Innisfail, Red Deer, Sundre, Rocky senior living facilities. And I also know that many of these people would like to stay in southwest part of the county, Caroline area, if they could. But that facility is totally inadequate. So I understand that there are vacancies here in Rocky Mountain House as part of the overall regional system. But I think it's time to do some design work, get something done. We may not build it this coming year, but we've got to get something built in Caroline fairly soon. And the land that has been recently purchased over the couple, 3 times on the west side of the complex there is probably a better spot. I think the location of Sunset Manor is a good location. But as you've pointed out, the lot size is inadequate for a proper expansion there. But I believe that we need to plan for something in Caroline and see where that goes.
Is there any other questions? I actually have a question. So were you thinking that it needed to be a lodge or independent living?
I think that probably a lodge type facility, but it may be possible to have a combination. I'm not sure, because I think there could be probably would be demand for both.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Duncan.
So I'm not sure where we think we should be going from here. I'm not sure if we shouldn't be giving some more direction here as well. For me, I guess, I sympathize with Councillor Vandermeer. I've had that same sort of sentiment brought to me from residents down at Caroline. But there are opportunities, I believe, also for private facilities, maybe with the addition of, land provided that can. And those can, I think at some point we have to involve them and gauge their interest or their thoughts on viability of a facility like that might, whether it's potential, and they would have, I think if we're doing some more assessment here, we need to sort of maybe figure out what would be, not only what's needed, but what a business model would look like that would possibly work there, because we can't, it's not going to be the county that's just putting money into this. We have to expect that some of it has to come from Caroline, some of it has to come from the residents of the facility themselves. And but there are models out there where private investment can shoulder a lot of the responsibility for this and have the capacity, especially in terms of staffing, to recruit and bring people to work because I think that would be a fairly serious issue in the future for a lot of these facilities.
All right, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Just one other comment. The survey results and looking into it at this time is surveying in an unusual circumstance with the pandemic going on, and you've commented that some potential residents are holding off. They're concerned about getting into this type of a facility, may want to age in place a little bit longer just because of the uncertainty. So when it comes back, and we don't know exactly when, I think there will be certainly a higher demand. So I understand the difficulty in doing a study and trying to make a firm conclusion, but the southern part of the county, there are enough people overall in the area that this type of some type of seniors facility in some form, probably in lodge form, will be required, and to wait until it's overloaded everywhere and there's a rebound off of this COVID circumstance is probably not the right way to go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know which one put on their light first, so Councillor Hope.
As I read this information, a lot of the information that Edmund gathered painted a pretty, I'm going to say a gray picture. It wasn't black or white. So I would like to move that we fund that $20,000, or to a maximum of $20,000, the Caroline Seniors study, so we can get accurate information, look at the communities, get these numbers from outlying communities that Edmund mentioned, and get the hard data so we know how to move forward. I agree with Deputy Vandermeer about the issues with the current senior housing in Caroline. I know many people are going to Sundre and Innisfail, and I think we should fund this study so we can get the information we need to see how to move forward.
Okay, so we have a motion then
Yes.
to fund $20,000 for a needs assessment study for
The Caroline
Caroline
Seniors.
Senior Housing.
And that goes back to the original presentation, or the original agenda item back on July 9. Oh, no, not, that was the original meeting, the regular meeting on July 28th.
Perhaps we could get just a reminder of, was that all of the $20,000, or were we to fund a portion of that?
It was a portion, the Village of Caroline verbally committed, I believe it was 5,000, and I believe, did the Chamber commit? You know what, I do not know the total numbers, but it was going to be in partnership. It was verbally discussed to be in a partnership.
Okay.
Could I ask a question? Would council see that study including considering the servicing in Caroline? So a facility like this would likely challenge the current wastewater situation in Caroline. So if we were to do this study, the $20,000 study that the community proposed would not consider that. Would council wish to also look at that? Because we can't really do the latter without the former, so we couldn't actually physically likely build the seniors facility without having the upgrades. So how does council wish to deal with that kind of elephant part? Do we just do that study and try to figure that out, or do we just kind of study the seniors situation and say, if we were ever to, or if there ever was upgrades, then we could build this?
All right, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I would suggest we go ahead with the study regardless of this water or wastewater issue, because that will be solved. It has to be solved for the village. And it's going to be a little while before we get something built anyway. What I'm perhaps a little more concerned about is the motion to go ahead with the study at this time, and how you put parameters in terms of reference around that study to account for this unusual environment that we're in. I'm concerned that the results, if you did just a snapshot at this point in time, may not demonstrate the longer term needs of the area. So I would just caution, I mean, I think some kind of a study has to be done, but somehow you have to take into account the current dip and also be able to consider not only returning to a somewhat more normal environment, and I, like many would say, we may never get back exactly to where we were. I actually believe that we won't get all the way back. But the economy will be changing. We as a council and an area understand the issues around declining population. We're going to correct that in Clearwater County and its communities, Rocky Mountain House and Caroline and other areas like Nordegg. So we need to think about a future that's progressive in terms of growth and economic activity, and take that into account as we study this thing, because this is not a snapshot at the bottom of an economic trough that we should be taking. Thank you.
Okay. I know Councillor Lang had your light on, but Councillor Hoban, did you?
I have nothing further.
Oh, okay. Councillor Lang?
Yeah, I'm okay with having a study. There's a few things I just want to bring up. Matt had talked about the community halls. When the committee got together, they recognized how many seniors want to age in their home, stay in place. And so the community halls idea came up as a place where food hampers could be distributed, volunteers could gather, and it'd be a way to sort of connect the community and to actually go to these seniors' homes so they don't have to get out and drive, or maybe even dropping off medical supplies, taking prescriptions and getting them filled or whatever. So the committee brainstormed about that. And being on the senior housing committee, I'm not sure if this council is aware, but it is getting more and more difficult with these high vacancy rates to have the budget balance. Like we need vacancy rates in order to pay the expenses, and that is getting to be a challenge. So that's why the committee wanted the report back from neighboring municipalities to see if there's also low vacancy rates, because this will be a challenge for councils in the future unless these vacancy rates decline.
All right.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Council, one thing, and Councillor Lang brings up a very good point. Does Council wish, so my understanding of the proposal from the community leaders in Caroline was to do a needs assessment study. I don't believe it included considering how a new facility could draw residents away from Rocky. Does that need to be a requirement? Because again, how we set the study up is going to be very important. So if we study an area and just draw a line around Caroline and not consider that those folks may already be in the Rocky area, then we're pulling numbers out of Rocky, and it really is just a shell game that we lose at. So how does council see us addressing that, and do they see us addressing that in this study?
Well.
Sure, I'll try that.
Oh, can we? Okay.
Oh, Murray, I'll defer. You go ahead first, Murray.
Okay, thank you, Reeve and Deputy Reeve. Actually, my question was going to be to Mr. Martinson. From a funding perspective, would you need additional budget money in order to fund this study?
Yeah, the 20,000 number was kind of tossed around by the committee, and it was specific to one specific contractor doing a specific study. If council wants that, then I believe that number is sound. If they would like kind of a more collective study that would consider the effects on Rocky, but would also be a competitive, selection of a consultant, one that may or may not be running a housing council directly south of us. I'll be honest, that is a bit concerning. As far as utilizing a consultant that, has an interest in having a facility running, that is concerning to administration. So if you know, council wishes to go down this path, 20,000 is adequate because they've priced that out. If there's other components council wants in, which is how is it going to affect Rocky, you know, in a competitive process to select a consultant, then we may need a different budget amount. So thank you for the question.
Go ahead.
If I may, I would just suggest consider approving a transfer from contingency to fund the study to the extent council deems necessary.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, certainly would also be concerned about the drawing away from an existing facilities. But in a growth mode for Clearwater County and area, I would think that should not be such a big issue, and that over time, the southern part of the county would be served by a facility in Caroline, and more on the northern side of the county would be served by the facility in Rocky Mountain House. So I think although the actual timing of when you might build something might be impacted by the vacancy rates and the economic conditions and population growth and that sort of thing, I think you should really look to the southern part of the county as the source for the residents that would occupy this facility, and not in the early stages be concerned about the competition with Rocky Mountain House. I think that decision makers, including ourselves, would be influenced by the vacancy rates at the time a construction start was considered.
All right, Councillor Lang.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer mentioned that, I think you said that the Sunset Manor was totally inadequate. Has there ever been a facility study done on that building? Like, I'm not sure why it would be inadequate. So I'm just,
We're not aware of any specific facility studies on that facility.
yeah, maybe that could be included in the report, like checking into the.
At the risk of looking like back and forth, this is, I'll let you finish that one, and then I may have some comments to add.
Thank you very much. I would invite any councillor that's a little uncertain about this to join me or others in a tour of that to figure that out.
Okay. So we've got a motion on the table, just an additional piece of information. The information that was gathered for the seniors assessment, needs assessment for April of 2020, all of that information was gathered prior to that. So this was pre-COVID information gathering. This is only half of this needs assessment program. There is another package of more needs assessment and programming that is to come through the 2020 into 2021. I don't know what all is going to be in it, but I do know that it is, I'll say, one of two, and two of two is to come in the next year. So that may be an opportunity to find out if we can fit in that funding stream, because it is already funded. And find out if that is a fit. That might be another opportunity. The other thing that I think would be important for us to look at would be what other amenities are available in and around the community. How close, especially in a lodge, if that's, that's often there's other amenities. Certainly we've got a nice complex there for recreation. But there may be other amenities, doctor's offices, hospitals, physiotherapy, that sort of thing that we need to think about as well. And I recognize that we're already traveling from that particular community out to perhaps Sundre, Innisfail, maybe up to Rocky as well. So, and then beyond for specialty. So I think those may have to be part of that. So there's just a few comments to consider. Right now, again, we have a motion from Councillor Hoven to fund $20,000 for a needs assessment study for Caroline Seniors Housing from contingency. I would think that we were going to need to have a terms of reference for an RFP. I don't know, and that would be in partnership, but is there any consideration with regard to that and your motion, Councillor Hoven?
In the existing motion, that is not a consideration.
Okay. So would you consider it a friendly amendment, or?
To go to an RF, to write up the terms of reference and then write a new RFP in partnership with the Village of Caroline, is that what you're asking?
Yes. Councillor Duncan?
I'm still thinking. You know, I'm going to say no, I would not consider that to be a friendly amendment.
Okay.
The Caroline group had a consultant who's built facilities before. He knows what all the other levels of government are looking for. He will do the study to assess whether or not there's any chance for provincial or federal funding to build a facility in the future. And I think to go out to an RFP, I'm concerned that we're just going to muddy up the waters, and it will be kicking a possible solution years farther down the line. So I'm going to say no to that friendly amendment.
All right. Councillor Duncan, you had your light on.
Questions were more or less answered by Councillor Hoven. I guess I'm not clear on the picture here. I just wanted to be sure that administration, knew what we wanted her to achieve with this. I think in my mind, it's fairly clear that there isn't much available. Like there's basically eight rooms in Caroline. That I think whatever study we do is going to say that there's a need for housing of some type. We could waste a bunch of money reaffirming that question. I think Councillor Hoven's thoughts, I realize that there's potential conflict of interest there with, somebody doing a study that also provides that kind of service, but I think we can manage that, and I think it's prudent to not just find out if there is a need, but find out what potential solutions are and what that would entail as an investment from county and Caroline and residents. So I think we'll end up going to what we're proposing here anyway, and I think we would be probably wasting some time and money if we, like I say, just reaffirm some numbers before we start looking at the more detailed knowledge about what could be provided in Caroline and what's at what sort of maybe even rough figures for cost, concept ideas anyway. So I would support the original motion, I think, as it stands there.
Okay. All right, were you able to capture that, Tracy, then? Okay, Councillor Hoven?
I would like to amend my motion to say the 20,000 would come from contingency.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, those in favor? 7-0, carried. All right, thank you very much. Don't think there was anything more on that. Going to 5.2, Parkland Regional Library. 2021 proposed budget.
All right, next item is the regional library budget, created in 1959 as the first regional library system in Alberta. Today, Parkland Regional Library has a network of 49 public libraries across central Alberta. PRL serves approximately 200,000 residents and is governed by its 64 municipal members, including Clearwater County. Attached is the proposed budget for 2021. There is a zero increase in the municipal per capita requisition. The requisition would therefore remain 2020 level of $8.55 per capita. Budget request for Clearwater County, with our population being considered 11,947, is $102,146.85. As council may be aware, the budget still may be approved regardless of this council's decision, as it's voted on by 64 municipalities. Councillor Lougheed is our current PRL rep. Councillor Lang is the current.
Well, maybe not current then.
No. Who's the rep now?
Oh yeah, we just had an org meeting, I'm sorry.
Is it you or me?
It's you,
Okay.
yes.
And Councillor Hoven in the past has served this council, so. We won't go through the budget. You know, we may have time, and certainly we can help answer questions, or Councillor Lougheed's more up on the goings on the PRL. Thank you.
All right. So, Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, definitely, I can just concur with what you said. There's really no change in the requisition amount this year. And in the budget, there was only some minor changes to staffing increments. And I think there is some capital purchases of vehicles, but overall, the budget is pretty static.
Councillor Hoven, you had your light on there for a moment.
Councillor Lougheed, could you give us an update as to what they're doing with their, when I was last on the committee, they were planning to build a new library in a new location. Could you update us on that process?
Certainly. Waiting for the flashing to go away. Definitely, they have built a new building. They are in the process of moving in. I'm not sure exactly the level that they are in, but they have created a new workspace and are looking forward to being able to service the communities through that new workspace.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lang.
Councillor Lougheed, I just have a question with COVID. My understanding that the library, some libraries were closed for quite a period of time. Others have opened and they're fully staffed. Others have opened and they're only partially staffed. So I'm just wondering, in the budget line, was the staffing, the budget for staffing, was that kept the same or decreased?
Well, the staffing for the actual libraries will be covered by the libraries.
The local.
The local libraries. So
That's right.
The local libraries are kind of in charge of their brick and mortar plus their staffing. And then the PRL kind of handles the rest, if you will.
Right, yeah. Sorry.
Nope, that's
Yeah,
okay.
that makes sense.
It's a bit confusing at times.
And I can see that they've worked very hard to keep the library relevant in COVID time, so they've increased the programs that would be available online, and the supports to all users online have increased and have been quite well received by the public.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, so the question I would have is, given that more and more services are being provided online, should we not expect a decreasing budget rather than even a flat budget?
I'm not sure that but if you want to tackle that, Councillor Lougheed.
Ultimately, I would share that sentiment. I think although part of the budget is projected of returning to some sort of a more normal pattern in the future, I think as none of us can really foresee the future, I think they're looking at trying to keep those services that they've traditionally delivered available going into the future, as well as supporting the non-traditional services, you know, as an expansion to their portfolio of things that they do for the community. I don't know if that's helpful at all, but.
No, I think it's early days to figure out when and how COVID is impacting our budgets and whatnot, other than there's a lot more extra expectations being placed on us. So I don't imagine that comes with a downward number yet. I'm happy to see it's at 0. So we have a or a staff recommendation that council consider the proposed 2021 Parkland Regional Library budget for approval. Would anybody like to make a motion to that recommendation? I see Councillor Duncan beat you to it. All right. Oh, go ahead.
I have one more question, Matt. I remember a few years ago, before we approved it, it came back to us about the number of municipalities that had approved and the number that hadn't. Do you have any information on what the percentage of approval rate is?
No, we don't at this time. I believe the situation you're referencing was a time when the majority of municipalities didn't approve it, so it came back to council for reconsideration at that time. But we don't have that information at this time, who's approved it, who hasn't.
Yeah, it was ultimately approved, but it was down to the line.
Right.
And we might have tipped the scale, I'm not sure, but it's just, yeah, we had feedback from other municipalities. That was, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Picking up on Councillor Lang's comment, I think, in fact, I was very serious about the comment that I made about things going more online and reduce costs. I mean, I work with an organization, the Central Alberta Economic Partnership. We've given up office space. We've cut, I guess, maybe staff hours a bit. We've trimmed a lot of services, and yet we're doing them online. We've trimmed the physical services, but maintaining a very robust online service and response at lower costs. And I think it's quite likely that that's what's happening here with the regional library. And I would really like to see what happens. I would like, as a friendly amendment here, to defer this decision till a little later until we get some feedback on this, because I would be rather surprised if it wasn't that a lot of quite a number of municipalities will be asking this type of a question, expecting some reduction here. So, just a thought, as a friendly suggestion, that we could hold off on this. Thanks.
It's currently Councillor Duncan's motion, and then I will come back to Councillor Hogan.
Well, like it shows on the screen, we're asked to provide our answer by November 4th, so I know we ran into this issue once before that Councillor Lang referred to when there was questions, and it did create quite a stir and had to sort it out quickly, but I don't know. It's difficult to answer that question without going back to them and asking those questions, unless I remember asking that question of our administration too, as to will we see differences in our actuals and budget because of COVID-related things in the work we do. I realize the library itself is a little bit different. They are, providing a significant, and probably I should ask Councillor Lougheed or Hoven to speak this more than me, but they do already provide a significant amount of online services and have been increasing that over the years. There are still a lot of services that aren't online, but and I am assuming that they are going to procedures that allow them to loan books and tapes and other things out there, whether there's COVID or not. But maybe Councillor Hoven would have a response there too.
Councillor Hoven.
To say that a large portion of what Parkland Regional Library does is physically move books around the whole region. They've got delivery vans. If you are in Caroline, for example, you can contact the local library. If they don't have the book in stock, they contact Parkland. Parkland will look through their whole library to see where that book is and then physically move the book. If you're unable to pick it up in the local library, they will mail it to you. So there are significant costs because whatever they do for online delivery, you're still dealing with a physical product that has to get from point A to point B. And I don't see how they can drop costs other than laying off staff. And because they're dealing with physical product, as soon as you lay off staff, you're going to have a problem with a reduction in service for the people who live in the area.
Okay, Councillor Lohi?
I think Councillor Hoven has hit the nail on the head, that like anything that's fairly labor intensive, a major part of the overall expenses is salary. And of course, that is augmented by the materials and stuff they purchase to move around. So it's a balance there, finding enough people to do the work efficiently and being able to try to maintain that workforce through this COVID time is a challenge for any organization.
And I see Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, and my other question would be, or concern, not concern, but what is, sorry, I lost my train of thought, sorry.
Deferral is what you had asked about.
No, sorry, speaks to the, at one time there was concern because a number of the local libraries were dropping off of the Parkland regional system. And I don't know if I saw anywhere in the budget if that trend, where that is, because there were, there's economy in numbers for Parkland Regional Library as well. And at one time there were concerned, a number of communities were dropping out of that system and just going on their own or however they were doing it. But I don't know if anyone has any information on that. And I'm assuming that it's kind of status quo right now. It probably hasn't changed much in the last year or two.
Councillor Lang.
I used to be on Parkland at one time, and if I remember correctly, some of the school libraries in Red Deer were affiliated with Parkland. They went on their own. Most of the libraries in the rural areas did not, because they have a lot to gain by affiliated with Parkland. But the schools, and there was one other library in Red Deer that went on their own, but for the most part, the ones in rural Alberta stayed with Parkland.
So after some further discussion, right now, it is my understanding that we have a motion on the table from Councillor Duncan that Council considers the proposed 2021 Parkland Regional Library budget for approval. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Those in favor? 7-0, carried. We'll take a short break for 5 minutes so we can do the COVID sanitation thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. we're ready to go. All right, welcome back. We are on to agenda item 6.1. It is with regard to Clearwater County Core Backbone Broadband Internet Plan, route prioritization, and potential Nordegg interim microwave solution. Take it away.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council. I know it's been a long day. I'll try and go through this. So this is for the route prioritization for the broadband. So their staff recommendation is that Council determines the priority sequencing of the route phases within the core backbone broadband plan. And then if after, that based on the priority sequencing determined, the Council determines would like to proceed with an interim microwave solution for Nordegg and then identified the preferred option to go forward. So over here, I'm going to give it to Tim Quinn to sort of update you and sort of remind you of what we're talking about a little bit. I know we've done a few presentations, but he can take over from here. Thanks, Tim.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just go back and before the decision, before we prioritize, just to go over and reiterate some of the points that we came across before in terms of the presentations and why we're kind of here and want to prioritize in such a way. So the first one is address the backbone backhaul costs. This is by expanding the reach of ISPs into different territories and regions of the county. The opportunities such as rural, remote, residential hamlets, First Nations locations, and provide at a much reduced cost. So that's one of the objectives. Address the high cost of internet connectivity. This is what we're, the second phase of the project that we're undergoing this winter in terms of the design, final detailed design and rollout next spring, weather permitting, is to reach that point in terms of getting us the scalable broadband connection to Data Hive in Calgary. So that's the next step. So for the remaining steps coming up, we're looking at, reversed here, address the barriers to economic growth. That will help into some of the discussion and some of the prioritization. Address the ability to open new markets. Address telecommunication quality and service demand. And to achieve a self-sustaining year-on-year cost for operations. And taking any revenue, that extra revenue other than the operations, and putting it back into the network to better improve the technology or better improve the conditions for the residents and businesses of Clearwater County. So right now the routes that have been actually initially prioritized is the Ferrier acres, of course, that Cam will give you a full report on after this and give you the status of that. The second phase will be the route to Caroline, Sundre, and to Olds, where we'll meet up with the Data Hive from that point forward and reduce the cost for our backbone connection. So the other phases that are coming into place that we need the direction on from the council is the Nordegg phase. And what I have here is applied to CRTC grant to implement in 2022. Reviewing the grant application that I had, Nordegg was actually 2021. So that just to give you a little bit of correction there. So for your peace of mind in terms of grant possibilities or whatever. The next was Condor, which will be the 2022. That's just a reversal roll. Okay, and then Wetaskiwin, moving up to the border phase there. These aren't in any particular order, just to reiterate that we need the direction on these. And the next phase is the route plan for up to Highway 12 to Lacombe border. Okay? So we've gone through the costing. Some of the initial phase years have been put in there, but that's to change today, hopefully. and we'll get a better lineup on the phase deployment as per your direction. Okay? This is eventually where we want to work out to be, and we can go through the different slides and the different route connections, so on and so forth. And I'll just skip through these, and we'll go forward, get into that, and this is where we want to be. Okay, is a prioritization direction. Before we go into this, is there any further details or questions that you have pertaining to any of the routes?
All right, Councillor Duncan.
In terms of having a backup connection or, the completing the loops, is it important to have a connection or necessary to have it to Calgary and Edmonton, or depending on what also happens on neighboring municipalities, but is just having two connections enough that leave Clearwater County?
Oh, yeah, well, it's a vast improvement to
the one we have now.
To the one we have now, for sure. Is it a necessary thing? Not if we build in a little bit of redundancy here and there on them. So going up to Edmonton may not be the priority as going down to Calgary would be. I would prioritize that first and get the redundant loop first, and then go off from there. But even a redundant loop could go into from our Condor build on the way to Red Deer. We could maybe possibly make a loop there too, because as soon as we get to that Highway 2 corridor is really where things open up. It's just we're fairly far away from that, so.
Councillor Lang.
Gives you some more options, I guess.
Okay, so I really need to understand something. I don't know if something's changed or I'm a little bit lost. So we've talked about this bottleneck in here before. Yeah. And so what I've come to learn or what I've been told, is that there really isn't a bottleneck. We just need access to enough data. And so I've been told that we could connect to Shaw or TELUS or SuperNet or Zalo right here in Rocky, any of them, for $135,000 a year. So why would that not provide enough for what we need to do, rather than dig this expensive line to Olds or Edmonton? Or I'm failing to understand that.
Well, most of them are all on the same fiber, one fiber coming in here. I mean, they all share basically the same fiber links going out. The redundancy here is essential in terms of making sure that the services is provided constantly. We've already had calls from Shaw. We've already had calls from other providers that want to jump on that route for their own redundancy. And they know how important it is. So going down there, it gives us a lot of leverage in dealing with a lot of the other providers that are coming on board. So it's essential to have that redundancy, especially for the whole county, and have the competitive advantage of costs as we go forward. So $135,000, once we get to Olds, like our internet connection down there to Olds, and a redundant link from Olds down to Calgary, reduces by, we're paying about 40% less than what we'd be paying on $135,000.
So, so that's something that we would pass on to the local RSPs and ISPs, that cost savings, so that they would be able to run their business at a cost-effective manner. Right now, it's very expensive for us to pass that $135,000 or plus a year.
Okay. Any other questions? So we're looking to try to prioritize this right now.
Yeah, so we've got the phase one and phase two. Ferrier Acres, let's say if we put that as phase one, we put the Caroline down to Olds, phase two. And the next phases are Nordegg, Condor, up through Wetaskiwin, and then across up to 12 to Lacombe. So those are the other, and Condor was the other, sorry. And Condor was the other. So those are the runs of prioritization that we need to move forward on, because we want to have the planning in place, permits in place, to start first thing in the spring, or that next year we want to do for that particular phase. So it's important that we follow up on this and do the planning correctly, so we can move on to other planning for other purposes, okay?
And really, it comes down to the engineering also. We're gonna, we've got an RFP out for an engineering firm to help us design that. So during the winter time, we'd like them to get permits, design things, and if we can get a jump on the next year's project, we can get them to do that at quite a cost savings, instead of them doing, little job here, little job there, having them all come back. It's a little more fluid, I guess, and the other thing is fluid for the design too. It would all be the same and similar instead of sort of a patchwork. So,
Other comments? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
A couple of questions. I'm particularly interested or focused on how we get more grants into the system. So I'd be interested in making sure we do, as you're saying, an extensive amount of engineering, not down to the last detail. I'm talking the engineering sufficient to make a proper application. And I would suggest that that's something that we should really focus on, is making sure we have an extensive amount of the system engineered and get into the application process. Because as you folks are well aware, many other municipalities and other organizations are doing just that.
Exactly.
And the lobbying and the effort to expand the amount of infrastructure spending coming from the feds that's dedicated to this particular area of endeavor. If you're not happy with the amount they're advertising today, let us know what you want so that we can help get more.
Yeah.
I think that's very important to get that basic engineering. Not so much maybe some of the last stuff, but unless there's some opportunity for final mile applications, in which case I would suggest that we should also be doing a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a key thing. And then the other thing, when we're offering service here, what's the expectation for the level of service that will be adequate within our county, according to your designs and the way you expect to work with the ISPs? What level of service can we, or should we be able to tell our residents we should expect?
Well, if they're going fiber to the home, the ISPs, and they connect to us, they can provide any level of service they require. If they want 1,000 or 1 gigabit symmetrical, they can provide that. We'll be able to provide that on this backbone and that connectivity. We're also looking at the trialing different technologies which will efficiently utilize the fibers for that particular purpose. So there's new technologies that are on the market that we're looking to trial as well in this whole thing. On the wireless side, we're looking to guarantee at least a 50-10, because the wireless is going to be more for the rural and remote areas, not for the cities, not for the towns, I should say, because they're better served right now than the rural areas. Rural areas are the priority as far as I'm concerned. And hopefully, I think we're all in agreement on that, because it's the fringe areas that are suffering the most.
Did you have a subsequent
Supplementary,
question?
please.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I would agree it's the rural areas that we're trying to serve, but I would totally disagree that 50 and 10 would be adequate to serve our rural areas. So that's something we need to really focus on, whether that's what we're going to do, because 50 and 10 to put our population at a long-term disadvantage is inadequate, in my opinion.
Just to respond to that, I mean, the 50-10 is almost like a guarantee. It's not the minimum, or it's not the maximum. Each one of those sectors, if they're involved there, have a 1 gigabit connection. So if there's 3 or 4 people in that sector, they're going to get extremely high rates. So it's not that that's the maximum that they're going to get. It's just that we're trying to guarantee them the 50-10. That's the minimum. Okay? And not right now, no ISPs can guarantee you a minimum. They're only guaranteeing you what you can go up to, but that's not what you're getting.
Okay, so.
Thank you for clarifying, because of course, we don't want to have the minimum we're looking for.
No, we,
Everybody.
of course, no, of course really, not. we don't.
Yeah.
But I think that's a CRTC standard that's pretty much the basics of everybody's comments.
All right, Councillor Hoven.
Just a couple questions primarily about the Ferrier build before we go on to the phasing. I know there's a few issues that still need to be resolved on that, but when would you estimate that you would call that phase completed?
That's a good question. With with this COVID, it's some of the stuff is on back order, some of the parts. We have interest in a tower that we're looking at purchasing, and it's 10 to 12 to 20 weeks out. So it's sort of a vague thing, so that means we would have to receive it, do the construction, stuff like that. I'm hoping midsummer, I really am. I would like to be earlier, faster, bigger, better, but reality is getting the parts has been a little trickier than we thought. A lot of these places, I know the one in BC and the one in Ontario, and there's another one we were looking at, 3 tower places. All of them laid off all their workers. Then they came back and they're guns a-blazing. But there's problem is right now there's TELUS, Shaw, etc. building their 5G network out. And when you buy 500 towers or 1 tower, there's priorities there. And I think we're getting caught in that.
Go ahead.
The reason I asked that question is so much of these other phases, well, the reason we did phase 1 was so we could get actual numbers
Yes.
for our costing.
Yeah.
And so we could do the demo with the internet to the home and with the wireless internet.
Yeah.
And I'm just concerned that if it's going to be next summer before we have the final report on all the numbers for this build,
Yeah.
how are we able to make proper decisions about any of these phases if we don't get the results that we needed from this phase?
I think we'll have a lot of the costs in place. Definitely for the fiber build, we'll have the cost for that. The tower build with the sort of unknown stuff in there, it'll be a little harder to get. But with the fiber builds, we should have it. Actually, hopefully pretty soon with the pricing. They've probably got a couple more weeks left of actual work. And then it's really the equipment that we order and stuff like that. And once we order those equipment, those are hard numbers.
Okay.
So we should have some pretty good numbers. Geez, I'm hoping by, end of February, March anyway.
But not before the budget.
When's the budget, Murray, exactly? November, December? We might be able to have something, but I definitely can't guarantee it.
So then we won't have information on business plans or how we're going to deal with ISPs by budget either.
No, we have an open access project now that's included with the Ferrier project. It's how to deal with the ISPs, the open access policy, how to work with them. So we've got that on the go also. We have our engineering company helping us with that, and Tim, obviously. So we're doing that, so we really won't have a lot of time and into that. And then really, the numbers coming out of for the business plan will be the numbers coming out of this out of Ferrier. And the other thing is that we added to the whole picture was that we were going to do beta tests in fiber to the home and stuff like that. Well, we've got to sit down with them and talk about pricing for a cul-de-sac or a close on that stuff too. So it's all going to sort of happen over the winter too. So it's a lot to get a hold of. That's for sure.
Councillor Lang?
I have a question, going back to, I guess, second page here. Number 1, address the backbone backhaul costs. And it's mentioned the First Nations. So I've recently learned there's fiber going in up to the
Ochis.
Ochis. Did you fellas know about that, and have you contacted them?
As a matter of fact, yes, we contacted them about 3 months ago, and we talked to them, and they weren't very interested at the time in dealing with us, but we didn't have a project at the time. And now they're full going, and they don't, I've emailed them a couple times and I haven't had any real response.
Mr. Hagan?
Unless you've had any
No,
better luck.
just to add to that, I mean, one of the things are coming down across 11. What's that highway? The one by the river coming down.
Highway 11,
No, the other one where they're coming.
786?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. That's where they're coming down, and when they come into Rocky Mountain House for the gateway, for the connection, that's where I think we'll have an advantage once we build our side, for they'll have a redundant connection and link onto us. So I think that'll be very useful for them.
So
For
I
cost
think it's
effectiveness.
us reaching out again to them and again until they respond. Unless somebody here knows how to get a hold of and help, I'm all ears.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to touch back on Councillor Hogan's questions and comments. I think you're absolutely right. We won't know exactly what those costs are. We are unable to build solid business plans until we have solid numbers. Just a reminder for council that this backbone project was approved by council in principle based on estimated numbers to date. We fully expect that we're going to be fine-tuning those numbers as we gain better information from the pilot project. And as well, just to lend some perspective, the numbers that you're looking at are those original budgeted numbers estimated that were provided to council previously. And what we're really looking at here is order of priority. So looking at this one project and asking council to have discussion as to where do we want to go in what order, and then getting back to Mr. McDonald's recommendations in terms of Nordegg, and if council was to have Nordegg fairly high on the list, there's probably no need for an interim solution. It's probably not a good use of public money to do that and then replace it right away. However, if through council's discussion, Nordegg is further down on that list and there's a sense that we need to also do something, that's where an interim solution might come into play as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, and
Yeah, thanks,
help us refocus as well a little bit on trying to provide some direction on what phase. So currently we are in phase 2, I guess, is what it says up there. So what are the wishes? We've got westward along Highway 11 and 11A to Nordegg, southeast through Condor and eastern Red Deer County border, eastward along Highway 598 to 761 to 12 and off to Lacombe, and northern towards County Wetaskiwin along Highway 22. So at this point, just for clarification, we're really trying to prioritize it so that you can get some engineering figured out, and then we can come back with how we could further, I'll call it tweaking it and massaging the project as we get closer to doing each of these.
Well, as we get detailed responses back from the engineers, as we can actually, there's software, we can drive it, you can see where we may change the routes a little bit here and there on we go, because we may save 2 kilometers here or 3, or it may be more advantageous for us to go closer to a spot where there's 50 people or 20 people, but we'll redesign it. It's not exactly has to be those routes, they're not in concrete, but we do need the detailed design so that we can sauce that out, sort of figure it out step by step. Does it?
All right. Thoughts? Councillor Duncan.
I would start by putting the one on the lowest priority, which would be that north one on 22 to Wetaskiwin border. I think the population densities there are too slow and we don't know what Wetaskiwin's doing. I do have one question on, I noticed that you said for Condor, you talked about the POP there. That southeast one to Condor, that's from Rocky to Condor, or is that from just going from Condor out in that area there?
No, it'd be from Rocky to Condor
onto Red Deer.
Onto Red Deer. I know there's that little bump in Macomb.
But just to clarify, it goes to Alhambra. There's a branch route to Alhambra off that route, and also a branch route to Leslieville on that route.
Right.
And then to Condor, and then over towards the Red Deer border.
Yeah, and for me, I think I would seriously look at that one, because Red Deer we know is doing stuff with internet and backbone as well, and that would probably be a partner that I think we would find some synergy with in the nearest future that I can see, and this will be there. I'm struggling a little bit with Nordegg right now, just because we're not, other than the summertime, we're not servicing a whole lot of people out there, unless there is some other connection going farther west to the Bighorn Reserve. It would appear now that there's no other connection going to Sunchild along that route, because that was, it would be the Buster Creek Road for that anyway, probably. So, which is, I think, the way they're coming now from, if they're building it from their end. So, I think there's some more we can do there in terms of, do they have enough fiber that we could rent or buy a piece of fiber from them to get us into Buster Creek or something, or Wilderness Village to that effect? Or is that maybe that's part of their business plan, is to actually, they would connect Wilderness Village on their way by. Who knows? Like that, those are things I think we need to explore. So, say for me, the second one I think would be this east to the Condor, Leslieville, Alhambra. We're picking up the most citizens on that. Sorry, Caroline South for number 2, and number 3 would be the Condor, Alhambra, Leslieville one. I'm still, like I say, a little bit on the border with that one in Nordegg, but spending on granting and that sort of thing too. I don't know if there are different grants that would apply to those, or if we have to pick one of those for the same grant. That's the other question too.
I know the Universal Broadband Fund is supposed to be coming out also, but I keep looking every day hoping there's more information, but it seems to have gone into La La Land. I don't know if they're going to wait.
Okay.
But we still have those two CRTC, one's for the Nordegg one and one for Red Deer anyway. So maybe we'll get some luck and we'll announce something.
Sorry, as a final point, Mr. Chairman, my other question about Nordegg, of course, is the biggest thing with Nordegg is the long distance to plow there. It would be great to have some better numbers on the cost of putting that fiber in the ground, because that changes the whole prospect for me, whether we go to Nordegg now or look for that interim solution, because I am still hopeful that the cost of getting this stuff in the ground is going to make it more attractive to actually go ahead and do the install there to Nordegg, as opposed to trying for an interim solution we're going to throw away in a couple of years.
There's something that I guess we could do is over the winter, if you say you prioritize Nordegg 3rd or 4th, we could always get the engineering done and we could get those costs. You'd be spending a little bit extra on your engineering on the top end, but then we could, for a matter of fact, we could plan the whole program out and get costing in that, but that's a ton of work and that may be a little too cost heavy. But if there's two sort of that are tied and we could do that over the winter, but we would still need to know which one's the priority, sort of no matter what, because we really have to, if you're going to do more than just down to Olds next year, if we're going to do Condor next year also, we have to get all the licensing and locates and all that kind of fun stuff done also.
Councillor Lang?
So as I was giving thought to this list, I was, and I went back and looked at some past notes. So I was kind of thinking, if we went east, Condor, we could pick up all our hamlets there, bunch welding. That takes care, like we have quite a few hamlets. We've got Condor and Leslieville, Alhambra. not too far to Withrow, bunch welding. And then Nordegg is quite costly, but my notes said that a microlink could be set up to Nordegg for under 100,000. Is that not something that we could consider in the meantime till we get the engineering done?
$100,000, I'd really like to see the details in that solution and get back to you on that.
I know we have the rest of this presentation, and those numbers are quite a lot higher to set up a proper...
For a microlink?
For a microwave link, yeah, and from SuperNet and from ourselves. It's quite a lot higher to build towers and put microwaves in. So I don't, yeah, I'd have to see those numbers also.
I have to see the details on the solution, sorry.
Okay. Because we had a presentation where it showed, I think that, I'd have to go back and look, but I think it was five less towers than what you're presenting now. So there's been a change in the number of towers too.
Well, there's also, what we have to do is also we're servicing Nordegg itself with a tower too. There's a whole tower being built in the town itself. So that's not a cheap method either. And we're doing we're doing an entire solution. We're not, you've got to think of the ongoing operating cost. You've got to think of the capital that puts in it, and the bandwidth we have to purchase, and the technology that we have to purchase along the way.
Okay, I have Councillor Lougheed and then Councillor Hoven after that.
Sure, my question has to deal with the, what's identified as number one, the current thing, and I see that as a route following Highway 11 eastward towards our eastern border of the county.
Yep.
It does mention that it would be to the Red Deer County border. That, of course, is not easy to do on Highway 11. It would have to be, is the intent to turn southward towards Red Deer County, or is it to stop at the border, or is it to proceed through Lacombe County to Red Deer County?
We would probably go right through Lacombe County and then into Red Deer County from the kilometers that we put out. But again, as a detailed design, when we actually get down to the engineers, we may move a road up or move a road down as we go by, say, more businesses. Say there's a few businesses that, you know, are there, or a school or something like that, that we can, you know, use, give them some service. We may move it here or there. So exactly going on those routes it's hard to say, because sometimes it's better to stay off the highways because of cost, and we are our own, you know, we go into our own ditches and we do our own work, whereas sometimes it's a little more advantageous to go on there, so.
Supplementary?
It's sort of a moving target.
I guess maybe, I was just thinking it might be better to reference it as following a transportation corridor then, a current transportation corridor, as opposed to just identifying it as a destination of Condor. Because I think we're trying to reach many of those communities along that transportation route, as well as the businesses that would be supported by a high-speed connection, I think. Might identify the project in a more flattering way, I think, than just one destination point.
Absolutely, because it does catch Alhambra and Leslieville. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Hoven.
I just have a couple comments. First of all, my phases, my order of phases would be, of course, phase 1, phase 2 continuing with down Caroline to Sundre to Olds. Phase 3 would be that Highway 11 route. My concern with that is with the proposed twinning of Highway 11, we don't know the details yet.
No.
And I think a lot of what we do with that fiber in the ground is going to depend on where the province is building another 2 lanes of highway.
Yeah,
so does that plan push Condor back farther than we would like?
And I don't even know when they would be starting that. If it's going to be 2021 that they're going to start the twinning of the highway, or is it actually 2022? So that's sort of do we want to push it back so far that it gets pushed back so far we can't do it, or the other thought is maybe we I guess we could hopefully, find some contacts and, because it'd be nice if they're ripping up the road, we could put conduit in. It saves a fortune of money.
Yep.
It's just, it almost puts it up in the air, and I think you're correct.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Typically, when we're going through for a permitting process in dealing with transportation, if they put us off, that'll be a true indicator, Councillor Hoven. If they give us permission to lay the line, then it falls on them as the right-of-way owner to relocate.
Okay.
So it's in their best interest to practice due diligence, and if those plans are in the near future or entertainable at all, it would put us off in the process.
Okay. And then the final three phases, the link to Nordegg, Wetaskiwin, and Lacombe. In regards to Wetaskiwin and Lacombe, I would think we look at where we can find the best partners with those municipalities, who wants to work with us as to which one's the higher priority. When it comes to the link to Nordegg, if there is a free market solution for $100,000, we can't compete with that.
Just take it.
So if $100,000 will solve the problem of the community, I'm content letting an entrepreneur come up with $100,000 and solve it. Secondly, Starlink just released their pricing. It's going to be $99 a month and a $500 antenna.
Yeah.
So to look at spending $4 million for, a couple hundred residents, when that free market solution is going to be available in the next couple of years, I don't know if it's a good use of taxpayer money to be doing that link.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, I guess my primary focus, as I mentioned to start, is to get enough engineering done to make applications. I'm very little concerned about, say, your Highway 11 going towards Red Deer, whether you're on the south side of the ditch, the north side of the ditch, or wherever it is. I don't think that should matter, should it, with your application for that?
I don't think that matters at all. I think with the CRTC applications that we did and the CTI grants that we got, their biggest thing was whether it's a backbone transport layer or it's a fiber to the home solution. If you do a fiber to the home solution, and you've done something, they take you off that list immediately and you don't get any more grants down the road. That was the CTI's version of it. The CRTC, we just don't know yet until we get an actual answer from them. So whether it's on one side of the road or not, it's really not their problem. They don't really care.
And you mentioned you have applications in at this time for Nordegg. That's a backbone typing
and
structure.
Condor.
And the Condor.
Yes.
So all you have to put in is the Rocky to Olds and well, I guess on to Red Deer with the Condor link.
Yeah.
Because the Wetaskiwin, I don't think anybody here is very enthusiastic about that one.
I was just going to say.
Oh, somebody here is interested in that. Okay, sorry.
She hasn't had a chance to talk yet. She's going to get a turn.
Okay, yeah, fair. And even the link that goes up towards Highway 12, well, that's 598. Well, I'm in favor of having all of the engineering done sufficient to make application. You may even want to include the one even further north if you're talking about applications only, because what does it cost you to put in one of those applications? You did them quite quickly, I think, on a couple you got in.
Yeah, poor Tim spent a lot of the 2 weeks till very late nights, but we got them.
But now you're getting real quick and efficient at that.
Knock on wood.
I suppose.
We hope it gets better.
But as we move forward, we need the design.
Sure.
Yeah, we really do.
Saying. I had put a preliminary design together, but it's for these other ones, for this universal broadband coming up, you need the designs for this.
That'll be more important. There's one thing you mentioned, though, and that was relative to applications relative to fiber to the home. Pam, you mentioned, I believe, that if you put an application in, or one application in, is it in the area of one of these hexagons, that's the problem?
Yeah,
So one of the solutions would be to fiber the whole hexagon.
I guess that would be one of them.
That would be one application?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's all,
Okay.
thank you.
We, as we work through prioritizing this, I don't want to go down too many more rabbit holes, given that we don't want to be here till supper time. But we still have not heard from Councillor Swanson, who was a little vocal about the northern trek. Perhaps you have something you'd like to share, please.
So I do have a big subdivision up my way, and that is through the Echo Canyon area with lots of, and I also have a lot of people up on that Tower Road, which for a physical location for some of this stuff might prove to even put a fiber tower up on that, up top, right, to be able to help that service. So as far as physical location, and that might be the answer versus, only fiber so much to a fiber tower and then broadcast that way. It's a simpler solution than going all the way. I agree with Councillor Hoven in regards to talking to the neighboring municipalities who would want to hook up closest to us, the ones that are most palatable and receptive to that. I think we need to go that route. In a quick chat yesterday with the Riva Ponoka County, they have started fibering their towers and then have stopped. They had some grant money and then used that up, I believe, but I am not privy to the details of that, but that would have to be from CAO to CAO. So I guess I would ask Mr. Emmons if he could please contact the CEO of Ponoka County to ask more details in that. They had stopped at 25% fibering up their towers, and at 25% they stopped. Wow. So is what I understand. So we'd like to explore why and what and details with that, just to help enable us. I have had conversation with a resident who for the Ochis fiber.
Yes.
That particular company is offering hookup. So there are a couple of businesses that are doing that already. So it is Aero Technologies out of Edmonton. That is they are the putting in the infrastructure, as well as they are an ISP provider as well. Okay, so as far as phasing, I'm okay with 1 and 2. In regards to, I'd like to see us, as far as I see a balance actually, in that if we just not go all the way north to, if that's the case, if it's a lower priority, at least grab the majority of those residents to the north. And if that means going as far as Tower Road, then I would be fine with that versus going all the way north. And in regards to the other 2 priorities, again, as mentioned by Councillor Lougheed, where that direction goes, along Highway 11, off, whatever, I'm fine with that. And I believe that the new technologies that you will be trialing will be part of Starlink, those areas. I'd really like to try those out before we commit ourselves to going out to Nordegg.
That's fair.
All right. So what I'm seeing is a trend that southeast through Condor to Red Deer County border, we'll add some descriptors so that we know that what communities we may be serving along the way. Then number 2, eastward along Highway 598, 761 to 12 and Lacombe County border. Again, perhaps flushing that out, showing what we're servicing along the way. as a second. Now I'm having difficulty reading the dark. Is that
It's very red.
number 3 is
Nordegg.
north towards, I want to say, north towards Wetaskiwin, or do we prefer to have the Highway 11 to Nordegg? And this is your opportunity, Councillor Lang, to advocate for Nordegg.
Well, I'm just thinking, go to Nordegg all the time. I think there's probably not that many pipeline crossings going along 11A. So I think sometimes a shorter distance may cost more than a longer distance. Have you checked out the number of pipeline crossings?
No, we have, that would be in the detailed design.
Okay.
And then with permitting and stuff like that, for sure.
And so what are your thoughts about a microlink to Nordegg for cost?
For the cost of it, if we are going to Nordegg and we're gonna fiber up Nordegg, say we do it next year, it wouldn't be we wouldn't recoup our costs, I don't think. But if we build the microwave to Nordegg now, and it costs just $1 million or whatever, or even $100,000, that's money that could go towards fibering Nordegg. So to me, it's pick one or the other, but don't do both. That's my opinion.
Well, we're trying to grow Nordegg.
Yep.
Trying to get businesses in there, we're trying to get residents in there. I've heard about families leaving because they can't school their kids, and with COVID, everything is online. So to me, it makes sense to go to Nordegg. We have a huge investment in that community, and I only see that community growing if we get fiber. I know the obstacles the Shell gas station had to go through. I think they had to get 3 different providers in order just to be able to get enough data so they could open a gas station there. So it only makes sense to me to get something out to Nordegg as soon as possible.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just on, if we do the microwave, one of the things you give up is the actual wireless towers on the way up there, which will provide access to the campgrounds and tourists and so on and so forth. And even some of the oil or gas that we've already had calls on. So you give that up because you don't have the bandwidth to service all those locations and Nordegg as well on a microwave. So that's the give and take. All right, so if you do an interim solution on microwave, you may be able to get Nordegg at maybe 1 gig, 1.5 gig. That's it. Nothing in between. Okay, if you do the fiber, you've got everything in between plus Nordegg very well. So that's the option there.
Supplemental. Go ahead.
Well, with that information, like, I'd be willing to give up to get something better down the road. So, you know, maybe we should wait for the engineering and see what we can get for grants. And
Okay, so.
I don't know. What does everyone else think?
Well,
Nordegg's important to all of us.
All right.
So the other thing, is, for us to prioritize the engineering, we still have to prioritize what we want done, because I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on the last thing on the list when it may be moved up to the second thing on the list. It's like hitting a moving target. So if we need to sort of go, okay, we're going to Olds, get the engineering done. We're going to Nordegg, get the engineering done. And then, or all of the engineering done or whatever, but we need to sort of know the priority of when we're going to do it so that we can have answers like that to give you.
All right, I'm going to call on Councillor Lougheed and then
Very quickly,
Deputy.
I think you answered most of my question already, since you really don't have the detailed engineering work done on Nordegg. Your cost estimate was probably based on a per meter type cost?
We based our cost estimate on a true number, which was from the last Ferrier build. So we had $54,000 a kilometer, and that's what we based it on. Whether the numbers, we're still getting bills in, so we don't have the real number yet. We're hoping it's less, but at least it gives us an idea of what it is. So that's true cash money that we know we spent.
So just supplemental then get that information that's so important to us in making the decision process moving forward, then we may be able to decide on a true fiber link to Nordegg as opposed to an interim solution. And I think that would be the most timely way to use our
And it's one of those-
decision-making process.
And it's one of those catch-22s. You sort of, if you don't do it, you know, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do or don't do it.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
In this build to Ferrier, you had at least 2 or 3 environments. One of the environments was just plowing, and when we went out there on our tour, we saw just plowing. And you got back closer to town, you crossed a bridge, and you started to do some boring, and you went under lines, over lines, under intersections, that sort of thing.
Yes.
So clearly there were 2 costs. Did you bid the amount per meter just plowing? Did you bid the amount to bore a distance? And even if they were combined in the final estimate, you must have some idea as to what the cost of those 2 types of install would be.
I think we have a rough idea, but to say it without real detailed numbers, I'd be hazarding a guess, and I don't want to guess.
Your contractors don't talk to you about those things?
Well, so they do. They do talk to us, and we've got the bills and stuff like that, but I don't want to guess exactly the number until we're finished.
Supplementary.
So,
I
one
think-
supplemental.
Am I right, or-
That's it, because we don't want to be here till supper.
Okay, let's save it then.
Okay.
I'll let you save it.
What, perhaps in our eagerness to learn more, there may be an opportunity to perhaps have a workshop with us so that we can dial into this sometime in the coming weeks, maybe
Yes.
before budget. That may help us somewhat.
Yep.
In the meantime, we have so far managed to solve 1 and 2. 3 and 4 remain a little bit outstanding, including an option to go at least as far as Tower Road instead of all the way to the county border in Wetaskiwin. So that may be a good alternate for you to consider.
Certainly costs, it would certainly save a fair amount of money too.
All right. So I'm going to then ask my fellow councillors, number 3, going up 22 to Tower Road, or is number 3 going to Nordegg? I'm going to start with Councillor Swanson, since she was last to chime in.
Tower Road, I think it's a quick project, so it might even be able to be combined with another phase in another year. But as far as engineering, I think that would be quick. So my vote is to go with up to 22 up to Tower Road before Nordegg.
Councillor Hoven.
I agree with Councillor Swanson, north to Tower Road.
Councillor Lang.
Definitely Nordegg.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
They both have to be done, and I'll go back to my basic comment, which was get the engineering done so that you can apply for all of these, including up to Tower Road on the north leg, even though I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the overall north leg. I'm quite happy to see it go to Tower Road. So as long as you have the basic engineering done such that you can make applications, that's the other order of prioritization. Make sure you can get all of the applications in to whatever agencies, whether it's the UBF or whatever's happening. Make sure you have that data sufficient to make application and file them at the first opportunity. That's the first thing. And after that, it doesn't really matter. I would probably go to Nordegg, because that is the route that will serve us well as backbone. Will be used by many. It'll be used by highway cellular and vehicle control over time. So it's going to be a very, very useful route, and it will serve our people up there. And we had a very good presentation this morning about some of the limitations in doing business in the tourist industry in that area. So get them all done on a preliminary basis and then start ticking them off. It doesn't matter, just be ready.
You're very amiable today. Councillor Loughy.
Recognizing that a good portion of this work is preliminary engineering work and being prepared to move forward, I think I would tend to agree with the Tower Road as the first choice for that level of work, not forgetting that Nordegg is important as well.
Last but not least, Councillor Duncan.
Tower Road, then Nordegg.
I think the folks have spoken, and I think it, in my mind, also says the importance of Nordegg, that we don't want to miss the opportunity to give them fiber. So have heart in that. So I suspect we're looking for a motion that where we've prioritized. Go ahead.
You've prioritized now. Now we want to know which years you want them done in. Sorry to cause more grief, but, so do you want anything, like we're going to Olds next year, but do you want us to do something else next year? Or do you want to push it off to 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025?
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Let me challenge
Yeah, that's fine.
my IT staff.
That's fine.
If we've got direction from council as
Yeah.
to the priority projects, can we perhaps take this away and put a draft plan together considering our resources that we have available and bring something back to council that would map out what we think
What kind of years?
a timeline might look like?
So, yep, sounds good.
If that's
Thank you,
satisfactory
Mr.
to
Hagan.
council.
I think that would work very well. So do we still need to put our motion together with regard to the prioritization that we've given you? So if somebody would like to make that motion, if we, it's all getting lined out there. Sorry. We go. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'd be pleased to make that motion that council prioritize the Clearwater County core backbone broadband internet routes in the following order: southeast to Condor, Red Deer County, eastward along 598, 761, 12 to Lacombe, north towards the County Wetaskiwin border to along Highway 22 to Tower Road, and westward along Highway 11A 11 to Nordegg.
Everybody understand? Those in favor? 7-0, carried. Before we go too far, we did have a discussion at one point that there was an OCHE's fiber project going on in our community. Perhaps we could send a letter from our council asking to arrange a meeting to discuss the connectivity. Maybe there's a partnership that we can capitalize on. I think that would, to that effect, if somebody'd like to make that motion. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? 7-0, carried. Deputy Chief? Deputy Chief, sorry, Deputy Reeve.
I believe we need to make personal contacts and get it done this week.
Perhaps we'll look to staff to reach out to the administration at the OCHE's to see what is possible. We really need to recognize that it's on the timeline of the council up there as well. Sooner rather than later is what I'm hearing from you, though.
Very much so.
Okay. So is that something we can leave with you, Mr. Edmondson? Thank you. All right. Is there anything more on 6.1? Go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Just ask council, given some of the discussion that we've had about an interim solution and given council's recent resolution as to priority ranking of these phases of the project, does council want to discuss and decide upon the need or desire for an interim solution for Nordegg so that I can give direction to my staff as to whether they should be working on that in conjunction with these other phases or not?
Yeah.
Maybe we could have a little description of what it is. Thank you.
Okay, Tim? Oh, sure. I think it's something we've worked on, and I think it's a good solution. It's maybe not the $100,000 solution, but it's a good solution that'll provide Nordegg with a good symmetrical bandwidth to get them going for the interim period. I hope you can see this. We just did the costs from an existing vendor, and their costs before even engineering, they came back with 1.5 million basically. That was before they even engineer it, and then give us another quote. So and if you look at it, we don't own it. We'd have to pay a recurring cost to it. They may give us, engineer it for 1 gig, symmetrical in Nordegg, maybe. Again, we don't own it. So that's the biggest ticket item, and the recurring cost is the other part. So if you look at Clearwater County, and I'll go through that in a little more detail, it's about the same, but we own the infrastructure. The fiber plan and the towers for the fiber plan, the microwave actually match the number of towers that we had planned going there anyway. Okay? We may not be able to fulfill the wireless portion on the route to Nordegg with that bandwidth, but it gives us a start on the infrastructure and an overbuild on the towers for the microwave to get us the microwave and get us 1.5 gig symmetrical in Nordegg for the interim. And if later on the fiber comes into place, we can connect all those towers with fiber, provide the wireless solution to all the campgrounds, to all the tourist area, plus we have a full suite for Nordegg, full bandwidth for Nordegg, lots of fiber. We can redeploy the microwave into regions in Clearwater County that are more remote. So we can provide them with a really good service using that microwave. So it's not a lost cause. We own it all, and it's not a lost cause, to me, anyway. And the overbuild on the towers for the use of microwave only adds to the infrastructure sharing that can take place and the extra revenue we can get out of that from cellular companies or other companies that are going to utilize it on the route to Nordegg. So it's not a waste of money, in my view. The only reason we kind of held back on it was for the prioritization. If Nordegg was a go-ahead for next year or whatever, then why do this? But if it's going to be 3 years down the road, then to me, it's a good solution. Okay, so this is basically sort of the layout of the towers that we were utilizing. We've already discussed it with a vendor. They've already done the mapping of this. We already gave them the specs that we wanted. They can provide us with, like I say, the 1.5 gig symmetrical, which is a fair bandwidth for Nordegg to support them with the wireless technology we can do there, wireless access with the LTE we have. We'll put that in the tower in Nordegg, and we can provide them with a good service fairly quickly. Okay. This is kind of just a little bit more of a layout of what I just said. It's fairly cost effective if Nordegg is down the road for the fiber for a couple of years. It's not a waste, in my view, because it can all be reused. And because we own it, the recurring costs are only operational. So that's
and an annual fee for the spectrum for the microwave, okay, so which is small. So it'll provide the interim throughput that's needed to Nordegg. Okay, I've already gone through this. This is kind of the costing breakdown.
Just to hold on, go ahead, Councillor Hoban.
How, for this 1.5 million, how much improvement is the average user going to see in Nordegg with the increased throughput?
100%. The increased throughput?
How much, for the average user sitting in Nordegg, what kind of improvement are they going to see?
They were going to see on the wireless side, they're going to see, like I say, a 50-10, depending on how many people are using it or sign up for it. I mean, you have 4 sectors there, 1 gig per sector, but you only have a backhaul of 1.5 gig. So if you use an Ethernet connection, if you have 360, you divide it by the 1.5, and that'll give you a little bit of a, if everybody's using it at the same time, heavy use, you know, so you're going to get maybe 10, 20 meg if everybody's on it. So it'll be not as good as fiber, that's for sure. You're not going to get that same thing, but you're going to get a significant an advancement of what they have now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Would this system, would this wireless system, if installed, prevent you from getting grants for fiber later on?
No. No, that's not, with the CTI grants, it would, because you would be fibering to the home. With the CRTC ones, I'm not sure about, probably not, and it depends on how you apply. So we'd have to be very careful of how we see that universal broadband grant come out, because we don't know the wording, so it's a bit of a guess. We're thinking it's going to be a long. They said it's going to be a simplified CTR grant, but I don't know. Simplified in their books is pretty complicated.
I would think we have to be very careful about that, which you're confirming. But also, I guess my other main question is, it is quite a bit of money. You say it's pretty much all reusable, but how fast could you actually do this if we said go?
It wouldn't be this year. It'd be in summer next year. I would hope we would have it done by September, October. And I hate to say this, COVID might change that again. We never know. Like, it's the problem with these manufacturers, just stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Thank you.
That's where I'd like to.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor.
The engineering on this would probably be significantly less than the engineering for fiber.
Yes.
So the cost would,
Yeah,
because you're just doing the towers.
Quite frankly, we've done most of the engineering, and the one caveat to all this is the land acquisition, where we're actually going to put the towers. We could find maybe we as a county own some land that we could throw a tower on, move it here or there, but so that's where the catch is, whether it's land or renting or leasing from somebody.
So I guess my question is, would this be part of the budget moving into 2021 is what I would see it as?
Yeah, we would add this to the 2021 budget, yes.
And work plan.
Yes.
All right, so that recommendation from staff is that we would, based on priority sequencing, and we've provided that, whether we're going to proceed with the interim microwave solution to Nordegg. So if somebody is thinking that that's the way to go, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Lang.
I would like to see this as a go-ahead. They're desperate out there right now. We got a letter not too long ago from a couple. They're both do their business from home, and only one could work at a time. One would have to sign off, and they'd take turns So I think this is a priority, and waiting a couple years for fiber is really going to hinder our sales to Nordegg. So I'm prepared to make a motion for this. What, do we need to see it come forward in our budget then? Is that?
It would come in as part of our budget
Yeah.
and work
Yeah.
plan, capital. I believe they've got it on the. So it reads that council proceeds with Clearwater County interim microwave link for wireless access for Nordegg. Do you want it to say as part of the 2021 capital? It's assumed? Okay. And that motion is from Councillor Lang. Any other questions? Councillor Hoven.
Have you received an update from Starlink as to when we will get a demonstration of their technology?
That's a great one. Murray and I had a meeting with them, I think it was last week, week before. I know that they've gone through the CRTC stuff, but there's still a hold on the availability for that. Basically, in a nutshell, what the person said to us from Starlink was, as soon as it's available in Canada, you can apply for the beta testing, or for the demo version. As now we've got some pricing. I imagine it's 99 US, so it's probably be 200 Canadian. So the day that I've already applied personally, and I've applied through here too, in case I want them to keep aware that this area is around. So I've just applied out of the blue. I'm in town, so I probably won't ever get it, but at least there's grease in the wheels a little bit, so.
All right, so we have a motion. Oh, go ahead.
The interim solution, can the cellular or the mobility people use that as access as well, or is it?
They can, but we'd have to design the towers accordingly, because they would need microwave dishes on there as well.
Okay.
Because they couldn't use our bandwidth. Our bandwidth would be dedicated to Nordegg.
So we can't sell a service to them on these towers?
Just infrastructure sharing, we could look at that. If we put a shelter in, we could have power to it, so on and so forth.
Right.
That could be shared. We could share tower space, but we'd have to know what their load is on the tower in terms of overbuilding it.
But so truly, to get better mobility service along the highway and out there, we do need a fiber connection to. Yeah,
That's the ultimate solution, yeah, unfortunately.
Right, thank you.
Fortunately and unfortunately, I guess.
All right. So everybody understands the motion? Those in favor? 7-0, carried. Okay, last but not least, I guess.
You can take a break.
Just about.
I'll try and be short, but it won't be. So this is a presentation for the Ferrier Acres Broadband Pilot Project Report. This is up to date as last week. We've progressed even a little bit further this week. We've got more fiber in, and they're hoping to get it all fibered up in the next 2 weeks and finished all the physical work. There is only one thing that's going to be pushed off till the spring. It's from the gate of the historical site to their driveway because of the frost. And they want to use the trencher to dig down there, and they don't want it directional bored for some reason. It's a little weird, but I would thought it would be better. And so they don't want us to rip up the frost and wreck the grass. But we are still going to go in and directional bore under the road, under the driveway, or the parking lot, and then into their, so it'll be ready to go, the fiber will be ready. And then the next thing, how's that moving by itself? So that's the only sort of holdup. That is sort of good news too, because with dealing with CTI, we haven't signed anything with them yet, which is a long thing. We've got lots of people working on it. Hopefully it it goes better and soon we can sign it. So basically, I'll go over right from the start. We're working for a contract with with ONET. We're working on the network operator contract. We're working on a policy framework that's in place for open access to deal with to work with and enable the ISPs. And we've already done the network detailed architecture. The network detailed architecture is all the electronic equipment and how it talks to each other, and all the protocols and all the fun science behind it. The really neat stuff. The shelter has been installed. We bought an ATCO trailer used. I didn't buy a new one. They're too expensive. So we've got that installed. We've ordered a generator for it, and the gas has been installed. And we're just waiting for the electrical. They said it was going to be due before December 25th, and it's Blue Mountain that's installing it. I believe, and what I've been told, is that they're waiting for Fortis to put a pole in, and then we're going to directional bore under the road. I was really sort of, I thought it'd be a lot faster. The gas co-op, holy smokes, they were super fast. They were really good to deal with. The interior design, we've got the finalized drawings in place. I'm going to sign them tomorrow, and so we can put all the pop equipment in, and we're going to start ordering all the hardware quite shortly. We did obtain a spectrum, a licensed spectrum for the wireless solutions in this area. We got from 3650 to 3700 megahertz, and we got it for the whole entire, what they call the 4-137 zone, which is quite extensive. It's really big. It's all of our county and then some of other counties too. So there may be an option for us to maybe lease something there. We don't know yet. Summary of work to date from Light Access, and this was last week's. They've actually gone. They've completed about 3,200 meters of drilling. About 8,600 meters has been plowed. So we've plowed a lot more than we have drilled. Traditionally trenched, they've done about 800 meters of traditionally trenched. So that's what they do when they go near a gas main, when they see. With the plow, they'll stop at the gas main and they'll dig across it with probably either with a little backhoe or with the vac truck, just to clean it up and make it safe so that nobody gets hurt. That's the main thing. We don't want anybody hurt. They've started finishing all the small drill shots, and they've started that again up. Because on the weekend they did placing on 11A, the bridges. There's big manholes there, and then they've got some conduiting work to do there. They've done 5 kilometers as of last week of fiber cabling. That's tying it all in and putting it in the fossils. That's quite a lot of work, actually. It's pretty impressive. I left a little drawing here, and I'm horrible with this. There we go. That's our conduit that we're putting in. Not that you guys all haven't seen it, but I figured for public information they could see it too. Communications, Michael's been keeping up with communications for us, and when I tell him how many kilometers we've done and fiber and conduit, he's been keeping up to date. There's a little bit there, and he's done a really good job of keeping up with us, and he's branded our logo for us too, so that was surprising and nice for him to do. And to the news, the CTI grant update. This is an unedited response from them. So this is sort of what's going on with them and their priorities, even though it feels like we've been doing the CTI grant for 3 years. So this is still what's to do left on it. I don't know if you guys want me to read it or if there's more questions on it. And then the last but least, and I think this is very important, we've used local contractors in this area. We've used Blue Mountain, we've used Rocky Co-op Gas, TNT Hydrovac, Adams Traffic Control, Promark Locators, All Choice Rentals, Perderny's Gravel, Rocky Electric, and Spade Construction. And actually, Light Access hired one of the guys, or a local equipment operator, in a full-time position. So they're committed to this area, and they've really bent over to backwards to try and be part of the solution too. So that's it. Sorry guys for dragging it on. Thank you very much.
No, that's great. Any questions? Councillor Lang.
I have one question regarding the spectrum. You said it's licensed.
Yes.
So does that mean it's exclusive, or will it be shared with anyone else?
No, it can't be shared with anybody else, or the CRTC would come in and say, you can't do that.
Perfect, thanks.
All right.
Yeah,
And-
I just
Go ahead.
sort of, would you quickly add to that? Yeah, it's, we received it 2 days before there was a moratorium put on it. That's going up for auction, and we don't have to go into the auction. So that's going up to auction, as part of the auction for the other territories, next June. So we managed to get a big slice of it for this purpose, so.
Just good luck.
No, that's well done.
Yeah, just good luck. Once in a
That's
while.
not just luck, that's
Tim.
well
This is
done.
the county of horseshoes, so that's a good thing.
They're just sort of on their side, that's right.
That's great.
All right, if there's no other questions, just looking for a motion to accept the presentation as presented. Councillor Duncan, thank you. Those in favor?
Thank you.
7-0, carried. Thank you very much. We'll look forward to a workshop with you, we hope, before budget.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Well, it will be
For sure,
now.
yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Well, I'll leave this here.
So we're up to 7.1. How is everybody doing? We want a 5-minute quick stretch while we let staff get into place? Perfect, thank you. All right, welcome back. I'd like to think we're in the home stretch here, and it's, as I said earlier, I think we're warriors today. We're doing a lot of work. So we're on to agenda item 7.1 with regard to mutual aid agreement between Clearwater County and Brazeau County. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Reeve Laird, and members of council. Good afternoon. As council will recall, as the intermunicipal collaboration frameworks were developed and administration met with the adjacent municipalities, we also took the time at the same time to discuss whether a mutual aid agreement was in place, if it needed to be updated, or if a new one was required. In this case, Clearwater County and Brazeau County did not have a mutual aid agreement in place at that time. It's been a work in progress since 2019. We have been going back and forth with Brazeau's Director of Emergency Management, and we have a draft attached for council's review and endorsement. This draft agreement will look similar to the one council would have approved with Wetaskiwin County, very similar, and has been approved in principle from Brazeau County's perspective. So essentially a mutual aid agreement, just as a background, provides a direction in terms of how to invoke mutual aid, what kind of restrictions or limitations there are on assistance being provided, that's a go, no-go, or a full response or limited response, who pays for the cost of the mutual aid, and then the term of the agreement. That's all set out within the attached agreement. And if there's any questions, I'll entertain those at council's leisure. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Duncan.
Just that this wouldn't be regarded as an extra service or an added service level, and it's something we would pay for entirely on our own. It's not going to go, because there could be, I'm just thinking there's headquarters staff could be involved here, so there's, you know, our partners share part of the cost of that, so.
Correct. So for mutual aid, if we do go and serve within another municipality, and we do that with some of the ones, more frequently would be into the town of Sundre we have a mutual aid agreement with. We go into Mountain View County area, region, infrequently, albeit, but when we do, we provide them an invoice. Reciprocally, if they come into our county, again, they would invoice us. So that would be within the CRFRS's budget as their other revenue when those invoices are paid. So that would be shared amongst the regional partners, if that makes sense. So even though it would be a cost or an expense with headquarters and the stations responding perhaps, the cost would be shared as appropriately, proportionately.
All right. Any other questions? Pretty straightforward. I know that Ms. Haggart wants to have the record today. Sorry, I missed one. Darn it. I'm trying to help her.
Oh, not really.
Deputy Reeve.
I would like to make motion that council endorses the draft mutual aid agreement, Brazeau County and Clearwater County.
Thank you. Okay, those in favor? 7-0. Yes, you do have the fastest one today. Carried. All right. Item number 8.1. It's a tabled item. So we need to lift the Clearwater County participation in regional governance study agenda item from the table. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? 7-0, carried. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Laird, Council. So the staff recommendations before you today, that Council authorizes Clearwater County's participation in the Town of Rocky Mountain House's Regional Governance Structuring Study, and that Council appoints members to the Regional Governance Structuring Study Joint Steering Committee effective October 27th, 2020 until completion of the study, or May 31st, 2021, whichever comes first. Would council like me to go into the background on this?
I don't know that we need to go into the background. I think we recognize that what needs to be done. Councillor Swanson?
Just a quick question in regards, to this. This will be directed, managed through the town, correct?
They are, short answer, yes, as they applied for the grant. The longer answer, truly, that is going to be the terms of reference for the steering committee to jointly manage and direct. And you're welcome.
All right. The next staff recommendation is that council authorizes Clearwater County's participation in the Town of Rocky Mountain House Regional Governance Structuring Study. Looking for someone to make that motion. Councillor Lang. Those in favor? Any opposed? 6-1, and it's carried. So we will be looking to appoint members to the Regional Governance Structuring Study Joint Steering Committee effective today until completion of the study or May 31st, 2021, whichever occurs first. So just to be clear, perhaps you could walk us through how many we need to put on here?
The proposal is 2 members from each, 2 from Caroline, 2 from Rocky, and 2 from Clearwater County, along with the CAOs.
All right. Discussion?
Question, I guess.
Go ahead.
Is this one where we would expect Reeve and Mayor to be part of, or is it? I don't have a preference myself. I don't know how anybody else feels on that one.
I would think that the mayors are going to be involved, so likely we would be wanting
The Reeve is one of the persons. Okay.
So then do we need one more and an alternate, or just?
The other municipalities did not appoint an alternate that I'm aware of. I do know for Caroline, to answer Councillor Duncan, it was Mayor Rimmer with Councillor Bugby was their 2 appointees. I have not heard from the town of Rocky.
Councillor Lang.
I have a question for council. Does council think that I'm thinking it should be the Reeve on this for sure if the mayors are on. For the second person, does council think it should be someone that's not on the negotiating committee, or would you rather have someone that's on the negotiating committee? It doesn't matter to me at all.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Emmons? It's me.
You were here, remember that. Is that what his problem is?
How many meetings do you think this will take?
Undetermined, Councillor.
And actually, I would think these are early days. We're going to have to go through the terms of reference and look at the RFPs as presented, figure out the company. I think that those are going to be a few meetings in for sure. So I guess as you think about your schedules, we need one more volunteer. Oh, okay.
You're not on that negotiating committee, John, or are you on? You're on? Curious. I would volunteer if you want to split that up a little bit. I don't know if there's a benefit. I can see farther down the line there might be a benefit as the 2 objectives maybe narrow together a little bit towards the end of having somebody that's on negotiating team, because eventually part of this is going to be, you know, melding the regional study with the negotiating for the different regional services we provide in some forms.
I guess that's exactly the reason. That's exactly the reason I thought maybe it would be good to have the, you know, a fair amount of overlap with the negotiating team.
All right, are you comfortable with that?
I am.
Councillor Duncan?
Wishes of council. We've had some discussion on it here, so if everyone else is okay with that, that's.
Okay, so we've got myself and Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. So it would be that we'd be appointing those two, us two, I guess, as members to the Regional Governance Structuring Study Joint Steering Committee, effective today until completion of the study or May 31st, 2021, whichever comes first. Looking for someone to make that motion. Councillor Lang, those in favor? 7-0, carried. (9.1) CAO's report.
So the October 27th CAO report, in advance of next year's municipal elections, scheduled for October 18th, 2021, Alberta Municipal Affairs developed resources to help prepare municipalities for accommodating the nomination and election process under the updated Local Authorities Election Act. Attached are 6 implementation fact sheets on several components of the municipal election process that have been amended through legislation changes earlier this year. The topics covered include accountability and transparency, campaign finance and contribution disclosures, general clarification and technical, third-party advertising, voter accessibility, and frequently asked questions. The second item, October 19th, 2020, the Government of Alberta announced several short-term initiatives intended to enhance oil and gas competitiveness. The initiatives focus on municipal property assessment and taxation and are intended as an alternative to more sustainable changes to the assessment model that were previously considered by the province. The initiatives include the following: a 3-year property tax holiday on all new wells and pipelines beginning in 2022 property tax year. New wells and pipelines will not be taxed until the 2025 tax year. Therefore, the tax holiday applies to 2022, 2023, and 24 tax years. Elimination of the well drilling tax, equipment tax, beginning in 2021. This elimination is expected to be permanent. 3-year assessment reduction on low producing wells. This reduction will be implemented through changes to Schedule D of the Alberta Linear Property Assessment Minister's Guidelines. According to the Government of Alberta, these initiatives are expected to result in total municipal and education property tax revenue reduction of approximately $80 million in 2021. This change will have significant financial impacts on many municipalities. It is much less than the financial impacts of the changes to the assessment model being considered earlier this year. Administration will report on these impacts, the impacts of these initiatives as they come forward on county's budget at the upcoming regular meeting. Third item, attached for council's review, are the submitted resolutions that will be presented during the resolution session at the virtual RMA Fall 2020 Convention, taking place on November 3rd and 4th. Each councillor has the opportunity to vote on each one of the resolutions listed below, and they are attached for council's review.
Are there any resolutions that warrant some brief discussion, or are we good with the listing? Okay. 9.2 Public Works Report.
So if there are any questions in regards to the Public Works report, I will be happy to answer those.
Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, I forgot to ask this at the last meeting, and we did have a small conversation, and that was in regards to Blue Mountain Power doing the resets for crossings and moving their power lines, etc. What is the process for those requests? Those are well-intended once the project is tendered and then going forth? Because I also noticed on one of the items there, the Ferrier update, that we're waiting again for the Blue Mountain to supply power to our skid shack, and they're relying on Fortis to put in a pole. So have we always had this issue with regards to a slowdown with those particular issues, or is it a common occurrence for quite a delay? Because I find that quite a delay for the electrical hookup, but for the skid shack, and then again now adding more costs to the Spate Road to move these roads. Sorry.
So Councillor Swanson, typically it can take time, but they do put forward a schedule, and then that construction schedule is worked around. These delays are not in the norm. You know, for an update on the Spate Road, they were scheduled to come in at the start of last week again. They called and said that they were going to be delayed for an undetermined amount of time. And quite frankly, now it's irrelevant. All the equipment is moved out. Those mob and demob costs are now going to be what they're going to be, whether it's this winter or next winter.
Right.
So if that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you.
If I may just further to it, and you asked if this is something that is common. Last year we had a bridge foul on our bridge structure on Wall Street, and we needed to deal with the power line company there. In this case was Altalink, and so unfortunately, same sort of scenario. They had gotten back to us that they had a certain timeline in terms of moving these power poles so that we could proceed with the construction. It did not occur, and then another 3 weeks went by, and so on, even though continual requests were being put forward that we needed to tried to have the bridge structure replaced in a timely manner. Eventually, it wasn't to be, for the simple reason that Altalink's timing to remove those poles didn't occur, so we had to carry the project over the following year. It got to we have seen it on a few other occasions with other organizations.
Supplemental, sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
So in regards to the 3 bridge construction projects that we have ongoing right now, with the way the weather has been, the snow they're pretty well on schedule then to be finished at the end of the month, end of this week?
It's a yes and no to that. Yes, in the sense that it'll be open to the traveling public.
Okay.
However, typically, in this case, it's deficiencies such as seating and additional harrowing and just getting the look to be there. You know, that's pretty to the eyes of the public. So we have to wait for that till spring now.
Councillor Duncan.
And just to comment that this power pole thing is not new. There was even a resolution, I believe it was several years ago, to try and force these companies to do that, because Red Deer County ended up with a power pole in the middle of a newly constructed road that wasn't moved. They built the road around the power pole, and nobody was happy there. And that sort of brought even, but it didn't really go anywhere. Nobody's ever been forced to make these companies adhere to a tighter schedule.
Councillor Lang.
I just want to make a comment. It's really nice to see 4 different contractors and 4 different bridge files. So is this hourly work or is this tender work?
For all our bridge structure replacements, as per legislation, it has to go out to tender. It is considered a construction, and there's a certain set limit as to anything above this, then it has to go to tender. So all our bridge construction projects are tendered, and they're not hourly.
Can you remind me what that limit is again?
I believe it's 200 or 250,000 is the, pardon? No, it's changed now. Yeah, so we figure it's 200 or 250,000. It's in there for construction projects, yeah.
Okay, because I had 70,000 in my mind, so.
Yeah, engineering has.
Engineering,
yeah,
75,000.
75, yeah.
And the actual construction is 200.
Yeah, it's 200, 250 is the.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Public Works report? Getting off easy today. Or we're getting ground down, it's either way. All right, thank you. Looks like we're going on to council reports, 9.3. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
I'll try to be very brief with this, just so council has an awareness level. As we all know, there are school projects happening in both Condor and Leslieville over the coming years. The Wildrose School Division has indicated that public access to any of the playgrounds, skating rink, baseball facilities will be closed during this construction process. So the community is somewhat concerned that with COVID, the ability to have access to playgrounds, access to recreational facilities is going to be somewhat limited over the next number of years. So they're seeking solutions. And also the other thing that was somewhat disturbing is that Wildrose School Division has indicated that those facilities, such as the skating rink, will likely remain in place, but they will not be, they have no plans to reconnect the utilities that service those facilities, so that will be an ongoing drain on the community in the future to support those facilities in the future. So I just thought I'd make council aware of that. I know we tend to meet with the school division usually on an annual basis, and it might be something we can try to advocate for in the upcoming months.
All right, thank you. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Nothing to report.
For myself, we can come back to me. I'll give mine last. Councillor Lang.
I have nothing to report.
Councillor Hoven.
I have nothing to report.
Councillor Swanson.
Sure. Last week I was on the APRA virtual conference, which is the Alberta Parks and Rec Association conference. It was all virtual. The guest speakers, or the keynote speakers, were actually the Amazing Race team, the First Nations, Anthony Johnson and Dr. James McCowis. And they were very interesting because they showed lots of clips of their different stops along the way and their experience and what they're doing. The other I completed the EOEP course, Regional Collaboration and Partnerships, along with Councillor Lang and Councillor and Deputy Henry Liard. So that was great. I do have a request, and as next week is the RMA conference, and as we're well aware that the Ponoka Reeve, Paul McLaughlin, has put his name forward for the RMA president, and therefore his District 2 position may become vacant. Pending that outcome, I would like to be able to put my name forward to be the District 2 rep, and in order to proceed with that, I would need a motion of support from this council to put my name forward. So I was wondering if anybody would like to support me in that.
Councillor Hoven.
I would make that motion.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Those in favor?
You think I'm voting to yourself?
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
If you need somebody to nominate you, I'd be happy to do that as well, unless Councillor Hoven would like to, whatever works for you.
Sure, we can chat offline.
Great. Any other things that you'd like to report, Councillor Swanson?
No, I'm good, thank you, that's it.
Okay. So on October 17th, I've completed the computer online for the EOPE course, and it's regional partnerships and collaboration. In it, there was a conflict styles survey, and it was really good. One of the things I thought at some point maybe we'll pass out amongst everybody, because it'd be an interesting discussion at a workshop, perhaps, to do almost a team building thing. It allows you to see just different perspectives. Also that day, and it's too bad our IT folks aren't here, I actually completed our computer security awareness fundamentals course, so I am no longer the security threat I used to be, so I'm happy to say that. October 19th, we had our Rocky Airport meeting. A couple significant motions come out of that. First of all, just reporting that the budget was passed, including option 2 of the terminal, and I don't have that number with me for capital, for budget for a project for 2021. So that's the intent. The next one that was of significance was to prioritize and review and revise or amend the Rocky Airport agreement, and it is considered urgent. And I would say that we'd be looking for a motion from this council that supports the intent of the Rocky Airport recommendation, and approach the town to prioritize and review the amendment and amend that agreement as part of the negotiation process. So it needs to be next on the list, I guess. It's where we'd be going. So I'd be looking for that motion today in council.
That motion that council supports the review, prioritize, and amendment of the airport agreement.
Okay. Any questions? Those in favor? 7-0, carried. The next significant issue, and it was also considered urgent, that the town of Rocky Mountain House turn over operations and management of the airport to Clearwater County as soon as possible. This was a very difficult conversation, to say the least. This was a conversation that, and a motion that came from one of the members that are at large, a pilot. And so we'll need a motion from our council to support the intent of the Rocky Airport Commission recommendation and approach the town of Rocky Mountain House to negotiate the operations and management of the airport changeover as soon as possible.
Somebody make that motion?
Yes.
I will make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, were you able to capture that? Go ahead, Councillor Duncan.
Just a question, how is that different from number 2 where, you know, amending the agreement? Wouldn't that be covered in it, or as discussions? And
So the expectation is that the agreement would need amended anyway, but what they're asking is currently the town of Rocky Mountain House is the managing partner, and they're asking that to be changed. Okay, let's see if I can do her. That council supports the intent of the Rocky Regional or Rocky Airport Commission recommendation and approach the town of Rocky Mountain House to negotiate the operation and management of the airport to change over to the county as soon as possible. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, thank you. Mr. Emmons, no? Oh. All right, we have, oh, go ahead, Councillor Lang.
I don't know what it's on.
All right. we have a motion for that. Those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 6-1, it's carried. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. To be clear, it's 7-0. Okay, sorry. On October 20th, the Rocky Seniors Housing Council held their meeting. And I would say nimble and responsive to the directives of the Chief Medical Officer with regard to COVID. Significant impacts to staff's mental resilience is a challenge due to ongoing COVID expectations and it always changing. Administration is reviewing options to provide some mental resilience programming. The exterior timbers on the lodge require significant repair due to water damage, and it comes with a large capital expense, somewhere between $80,000 and $90,000. Yes, so administration is currently arranging for an engineer to conduct a site visit with the board members to discuss options on how we can repair it and if we can try to do that over a couple years. We're still in the process of reviewing amending the policy manual, and Westview Lodge vacancies continue to be high, and we saw those numbers. It's 16 plus at this time, and it's obviously exacerbated by COVID restrictions. So that is my report.
Our comment for the Westview Lodge, when we went through that with the new additions to the arena, when we built that, whether we were going to use wood or something else, and ended up going with something, but there are some lessons to be learned, or you might be able to get some information on what was done at the arena during the build there, because it was the same idea with the wood strips on the side or not, and we went to a fake wood basically that has a different lifespan than the wood. So.
That is one of the things that we discussed as a board, is looking at some kind of sort of other composite solution or something to get less damage. All right. If that's everything, we're looking for somebody to move the reports as presented. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? 7-1 carried. It's 7-0. It's the end of my day. Thank you for helping me with my math. So we have a couple closed session items. So I'd be looking for somebody to make a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Vandermeer, those in favor? 7-0 carried. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. We're back at it here. Just some closing thoughts. I think if we hadn't have done our organizational meeting for the first 2 hours, we'd be finishing right on time. So, quite frankly, I think that we are warriors and we've done well. I want to thank the administration for your continued efforts and support. Today was a long day and we've made it through, and I think that we've done well. By way of a reminder, for our next regular council meeting, it is November the 10th. And our council and staff would like to wish all the folks in our community and your families a safe and spooktacular Halloween. Looking for adjournment. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, all in favor? Adjourned.